gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in... Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
And hope you want to. If you want to be part of Security BSides, you can. As the whole trainer is to enable individuals to drive the event, save its content, encourage participation, and provide a great opportunity to network. We are the only hands-on information. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone joining us today from around the world in our 6th edition of Security BSides Athens 2021, the live stream edition. My name is Dr. Grigorios Fragos, and as known by most of you, Greg. And I am responsible for organizing a BSides approved community-based information security conference in Athens, Greece, along with an amazing team of volunteers. We started in 2016, and since then, we have had about 150 talks and workshops, 70 speakers from all over the world, both Greeks and non-Greeks, and a truly awesome lineup of sponsors. We were hoping this year to be able to go back to a physical in-person event, which we would really have enjoyed putting together the previous years. But due to the circumstances, we had to adjust and adapt once more in order to move forward. You see, sometimes you need to embrace plot twists and try and make the most you can, despite the circumstances, especially for those of us who truly believe we could and can make it happen. Apparently, putting together a live stream event has several challenges, I would say, which we could not foresee. However, despite those challenges and circumstances at different levels, we really hope we manage to put together an enjoyable day for you, full of interesting talks. Before we start, allow me to mention that this year, due to the overwhelming number of amazing talks and workshop submissions, we did something new for the first time. The week leading to the event, we released a number of talks and workshops on our YouTube channel for all of you to enjoy, marked as PE, which stands for pre-event talks. Please welcome my colleague Jessica Russo, who will introduce you to our sponsors. If it was not for these companies and organizations supporting the local and international cybersecurity community, it will not be able for us to have Security BSides in Athens and open the stage to so many amazing security professionals to speak, network, educate, and participate every single year. Please do listen to our sponsors' introduction carefully, as you might identify work and/or collaboration opportunities. Jessica, over to you.
Hi all, thank you for joining BSides Athens 2021. I am Jessica Russo, and I would like to present to you the sponsors who have made BSides Athens possible all these years. Let's start with 12sec, who is a platinum sponsor this year. This is the 6th time that they are supporting us, and we are grateful to have them on board since the very first BSides Athens. Founded in 2012 in Athens by a group of cybersecurity enthusiasts, 12sec provides quality information security services worldwide, specializing in information security assurance, security management, and InfoSec training services. In a short period of time, 12sec has partnered up with several Forbes Global 2000 companies, government agencies, and intergovernmental organizations worldwide, securing their data from cyber threats, proving in the process that the company motto, "Our work will do our marketing for us," actually works. 12sec has provided its expertise in various sectors, including finance, telecoms, retail, security, shipping, government, and last but not least, law enforcement. Our second platinum sponsor is Netitude, which is supporting us for the first time, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have them on board. Netitude is a global pen testing, red and blue teaming provider. Netitude is a global pen testing, red and blue teaming provider. Netitude's consultants work with the world's largest central banks, stock exchanges, governments, and more to compromise critical national infrastructure before real threat actors do. Custom-built tooling and exploits are created by Netitude's search and development team to achieve maximum compromise. Meanwhile, Netitude's blue team defend important networks around the world all day, every day. The red and blue teams are supported by a dedicated threat intelligence team to ensure that they can both perform and defend against the latest tactics, techniques, and procedures used by real-world threat actors. Netitude just opened their offices and are in Athens and are currently looking to expand their pen testing team. Whether you are a graduate or a seasoned pen tester, feel free to reach out to them for an informal chat. Passing on to our gold sponsors, we are excited to present Encode, who is supporting us for the second time. It's great to have you on board again. Encode specializes on targeted cyber threats and stands out with its proprietary technology, expertise on cybersecurity, and multi-year experience across vertical industries, coupled with an ongoing innovative security research and its highly qualified and talented people. With global operations and local expertise, Encode combines its cutting-edge technology with best-of-breed cybersecurity operations and services to augment its clients' cybersecurity capabilities for continuous and effective management of advanced cyber threats. Encode has implemented more than 1,800 projects, and its portfolio exceeds 200 clients globally. Encode has been recognized as one of the 5 pure-play MSSPs in Europe by Forrester and market leader in detection and prevention and in incident response and forensics. Elastic is a gold sponsor as well, and we are excited to have their support for the second time in a row. It's always great news to have international organizations of scale supporting our efforts. Elastic is a search company built on a free and open heritage. Everyone can get started with Elastic products and solutions quickly and frictionlessly. Elastic offers 3 solutions for enterprise search, observability, and security built on one technology stack that can be deployed anywhere. From finding documents to monitoring infrastructure to hunting for threats, Elastic makes data usable in real time and at scale. Founded in 2012, Elastic is a distributed company with elasticians around the globe. Learn more at elastic.co. Bitcrack comes next, which has stepped up to become a silver sponsor, and we are grateful for their support for the 5th time. Bitcrack Cybersecurity is a provider of bespoke security solutions and services to all industries. Their highly skilled staff range from hackers to security architects, governance and training experts, and security operations center analysts. Their mission is to help companies secure themselves and defend against threats while enabling the business. Here comes Algo Systems, who has been a trusted supporter and very active member of our community for the 3rd time. Algo Systems is a leading solutions provider with an extensive experience and expertise in ICT and cybersecurity. The company is driving the path forward to a new cybersecurity era with numerous skilled and certified cybersecurity professionals, a state-of-the-art security operations center, multiple partnerships with leading international vendors, and an all-inclusive cyber portfolio. You can learn more about Algo Systems on their website, which is www.algosystems.gr. Logsdale is a new member of the BSides Athens community, and we are excited that they have reached out to us to get engaged with our speakers and our sponsors. Logsdale is an international community that turns raw data into actionable insights with its next generation cloud platform supporting analysis, monitoring, troubleshooting, incident response, and security operations. The company has offices in Athens, Brussels, and Nicosia in Cyprus, and provides also IT, operational, and security consulting services to any private or public organization, such as red teaming, incident response, penetration testing, vulnerability management, securing their digital transformation future. With extensive experience and expertise in the maritime, governmental, financial, and technology sector, Logsdale team has accomplished high-level security projects and significant partnerships worldwide. Adopting an effective research and development approach is of utmost importance and priority, and the ultimate goal is to stay always ahead of the evolving cyber threat landscape. Moving on to our bronze sponsors, we'd like to thank them for their continued support, starting with Yes, We Hack. We are excited to have on board for the second time an international bug bounty organization. Yes, We Hack is a global bug bounty and VDP platform. Founded in 2015, Yes, We Hack was created by hackers for hackers. They are committed to provide quality programs for our community, and they are working very hard to be the best and fairest bug bounty platform out there. Yes, We Hack is not just a bug bounty platform. They also provide community tools and services to ease and promote responsible vulnerability disclosure, a non-partisan bug bounty and VDP search engine called firebounty.com, a hacker playground where anyone can create challenges called Dojo, and many more on GitHub. Merimetso comes next, and it is joining us for one more time, and we are grateful for their continued support. Merimetso provide instructor-led cybersecurity training to both industry and individuals in the fields of IoT and embedded systems forensics and design, as well as pen testing, reverse engineering, forensics, and security engineering. All courses are expert instructor and mentor-led with small sizes to ensure all candidates receive the level of one-to-one teaching that they require. Unicert College is joining BSides Athens for the first time, so welcome aboard. Knowledge, innovation, evolution. By these three words, Unicert College chooses to describe itself, the new educational institution which aims at promoting education one step further. With strategic partnerships and a creative spirit, it is introducing a new culture in education based on the synergy between academic knowledge, practical application, and individual skills. The Unicert College team consists of recognized academics, successful professionals, and executives in education and the market with deep knowledge of their subjects. For them, in the Unicert College, master yourself is more than a motto. It's a way of setting new rules and redefining what success and evolution is. Unicert College belongs to D Group, the largest purely Greek and internationally recognized certification body for individuals and management systems with activities in Greece and Cyprus. Unicert College currently offers, in collaboration with Staffordshire University, the following master degrees: Master in Computer Science and Cybersecurity, Master in Computer Science Software Engineering, and Master in Digital Marketing Management. Please keep an eye out on how to get your CPE certificate. as if you are eligible for it, UNICERT will sponsor 30% of your tuition fees for a cybersecurity master degrees at UNICERT. And here comes our community supporters. It wouldn't be a security BSides Athens if it wasn't for our community supporters. Cheers to the other BSides events that have endorsed us, including BSides London, Amsterdam, Manchester, Dublin, and to all the universities and organizations in Greece and abroad, as well as ENISA and OWASP. Next one on the list that deserves special thanks is our CTF partner, which is Hack the Box. We are very excited to have a long-standing partnership with Hack the Box, offering trainings and CTF challenges tailored to the Security BSides Athens community. We are always very excited to have OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project. A special thank you to OWASP London chapter for the support. We have one more special mention, and this is for ENISA. It is an honor to have ENISA, the European Union Cybersecurity Agency, supporting Security BSides Athens, as one of its key mission objectives is raising awareness to European Union citizens on cybersecurity matters. A special mention and a big thank you to ENISA for their support through the years and for believing and boosting the information security community in Greece and beyond. Once more, many thank you to all of our sponsors for making BSides Athens possible this year and all the years before. We greatly appreciate your sustained support. And to all of the new community members out there, if your organization is considering to initiate a collaboration with us, please do not hesitate to reach out to our team to discuss how to become a sponsor or supporter. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you enjoy the conference today.
Without any further ado, here is a glimpse of what happened in the previous years. We started small with the dream to bring together, empower, and mature the InfoSec community in Greece. We had several initiatives, including getting involved in empowering and supporting the first national Greek hacking team for European cybersecurity challenge. This year, it has gone kind of viral, our t-shirt design, and we're very glad and happy about it. Paraphrasing a well-known saying, playing around a little bit, we made a t-shirt design that reads as "Beware of the Greeks," which can also be read as "Geeks," bearing IoT gifts. As we had many requests for t-shirts, we will communicate through our mailing list the following week which online retailer we will choose to enable people to order them. Hope you like them and hope you order them. If you want to be part of Security BSides, you can, as the whole framework is to enable individuals to drive the event, shape its content, encourage participation, and provide a great opportunity to network. We are the only hands-on information security, cybersecurity conference in Greece by the security community for the security community. And most importantly, we're all volunteers. Last but not least, Security BSides Athens respects your privacy and all who want to engage and participate. You can find our privacy policy on our website and, of course, our code of conduct, which allowed us from day one to run a safe, respectful, and enjoyable conference for everyone. As Jessica mentioned, we want your participation and support for next year. The earlier you reach out to us, the easiest is to find a sponsoring slot and shape how and in what way you want to sponsor the conference. This is me, and as I say at every opening, I put myself here as I am the one responsible for making sure Security BSides Athens meets everyone's expectations, and we run a conference which has already gained an exceptional reputation in Greece and abroad. The easiest and most convenient way to reach out to me is to follow me on Twitter, which I use only for discussing and sharing cybersecurity related content, allowing all of us to build a strong, knowledgeable, and interactive network. In other words, use Twitter with a targeted approach to build a live, real-time feed of all the cyber news, all the security professionals you want to engage with, our sponsors, of course, and definitely our speakers. To the point, you can start following our Bro team and our volunteers, which this year had to go the extra mile to make sure Security BSides Athens 2021 becomes a reality. Now, very important for all of you who want to qualify and receive the Security BSides Athens 2021 CPE certificate that gives you 10 CPE credits. You need to watch the live stream during the day. In 2 random occasions during the conference today, we will release 2 different forms. The link to each form will be shared during the live stream, and the forms will remain open only for 5 minutes. This is to minimize the risk of the form being abused. Those who sign both forms today will receive on Saturday, the 10th of July, 2021, their CPE certificate. As it was already communicated through our mailing list, UNICEF College will offer 30% tuition fees sponsoring for an MSc in computer science, cybersecurity, to the conference participants when you qualify for the CPE certificate we mentioned earlier on. I really hope it is clear enough and simple. Watch the live stream today, and when we show you the Form A and Form B links later on, simply go to the links to sign your name and email in the form. That's it. So stay tuned during the live stream. All of our channels of communication can be found on our website under the Extras menu item. Most importantly, you can find the track schedule under the CFP menu item, as you see on your screens. You can also switch between the main event, which is today's lineup of talks, and the pre-event talks and workshops we released earlier during the week. You can find our track schedule at bsidesath.gr/tracks.php, as you can see on your screens. I really hope you enjoy the conference and this live stream edition. We are following up with our keynote speaker, Dr. Najwa Araz, who is actually half Greek, and it is safe to say one of the geniuses of our generation. Najwa leads quantum and post-quantum research at a nation level, and you can find her bio under our track schedule, along with all other speakers on our website. She's a brilliant cryptographer, and today we'll do an introductory talk for all of you to enjoy. Over to you, Dr. Najwa.
Γεια σας. Ο Γρηγόρης μου είπε να κάνω την introduction στα ελληνικά, αλλά μάλλον θα κάνω πολλά λάθη, γι' αυτό θα κάνω switch στα αγγλικά. Θα ήθελα να ήμουν στην Αθήνα σήμερα, αλλά δυστυχώς δεν μπορούσα. So hello everyone, my name is Najwa Araj. I'm the Chief Researcher of the Cryptography Research Center at the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. I'm also heading on an acting basis the Autonomous Robotics Center at Research Center at the Institute. I would like to thank Greg and the organizing committee for having me here. Today, my talk would be on the impact of quantum computers and machine learning on cryptography and cryptographic systems. Maybe this topic is not mainstream for BSides, so I do hope that you enjoy the presentation. So as I said, the talk today is about what would quantum computers and machine learning do to cryptography and cryptographic systems. I guess all of you are familiar with the concept of cryptography, which, to put it simply, it's a set of mathematical algorithms or operations that are conducted on plain text between two parties in order to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and authentication of data, and providing other properties like non-repudiation, for example. There are two types of cryptographic systems. We have the symmetric cryptography systems, where the sender and the recipient, or basically the two involved parties, they share a secret key, either through pre-sharing it or establishing it through an algorithms like Diffie-Hellman, for example, then the data is encrypted and decrypted using this shared secret key. And we also have the asymmetric crypto, or what we know today as the public key cryptography, where each of the parties, what we call here Alice and Bob, each one of them has a pair of a public key and a private key. So whenever I want to send an encrypted information to the recipient, I use the public key of that recipient to encrypt the data, and that recipient, obviously after authenticating him or her, and that recipient being the only holder of the private key would be able to decrypt the information. You're familiar with the components of what we call today the ensemble of algorithms that we call the symmetric crypto. So we have block ciphers, all of you know about AES. We have MACs, we have hash functions, pseudo-random number generators, key derivation functions or KDF, stream ciphers, authenticated encryption, and memory heart functions. You're all familiar with RSA and ECC, which are classified under the asymmetric cryptography, cryptographic systems, and the concepts of key exchange, which we do using Diffie-Hellman or EC Diffie-Hellman, and also with the concept of digital signatures, DSA or ECDSA. And the same way we have cryptography, the design and the implementation and the security analysis of cryptographic systems. We also have what we call the cryptanalysis. We have the theoretical cryptanalysis and the algorithmic attacks, like the chosen plaintext attack, where basically the attacker sends his own plaintext to the oracle and then receives the ciphertext back. And then we also have the chosen ciphertext attacks. We have cryptanalytic attacks against implementations of cryptographic systems, and the most common ones are side channel analysis. So either timing attacks, cache attacks, memory attacks. We also have power attacks, both simple and differential power attacks, EM attacks, also both simple and differential EM attacks, and others. And also we have fault injection attacks. So these are the attacks, or the cryptanalytic attacks, that we know today in the classical sense or the conventional sense. And today we have another threat to cryptography, which is basically the quantum computers. So focusing on asymmetric cryptography, both RSA and ECC, they are based on mathematically hard problems, where even the most powerful computers and supercomputers that we have today would take years and centuries in order to be able to break those mathematical problems. So RSA relies on integer factorization or prime factorization, and the hard problem on which ECC or elliptic curve cryptography relies today is discrete logarithms. So as I said, today the most powerful supercomputers cannot unravel the puzzle around these two hard problems. However, with the advent of quantum computers, and quantum computers is a reality, we hear about breakthroughs every day, regardless of the technology, whether it is a superconducting technology, whether it is an ion trapping technology, etc. They're becoming a reality. And I guess most of you would have heard, especially as of late 2019, about quantum supremacy and the potential ability of quantum computers to solve problems that classical and conventional computers practically cannot solve. And from a crypto sense, I know two quantum algorithms. We have the Shor's polynomial time quantum algorithm, which can factor integers and compute discrete logarithms efficiently. So what this means, based on what I said before, because we have this polynomial time quantum algorithms, the security of public key cryptographic algorithms basically is gone to zero. So it's broken. And we have Grover algorithm, or what we call Grover search, which can be used today, which basically reduces the security level of symmetric algorithms by half. Recent studies said that basically for encountering the threat, the key size of symmetric crypto algorithms would go by 70%, not 100%. But in any case, what I'm trying to say here is that the symmetric algorithms are impacted because of Grover search. It's not as much of a priority as it is for public key crypto, but still there is an impact through this quantum algorithm. So given this, there are differing point of views on how to prevent the threat of quantum computers against public key crypto systems. So as you can imagine, the physicists would say, use quantum technologies to fight quantum technologies. In other sense, use what we call today the quantum key distribution systems in order to fight the threat of quantum computers to cryptographic systems. And this is what we call today the quantum cryptography field. And cryptographers say, base your crypto on math or mathematical problems, hard problems that quantum computers cannot break. And this is the whole concept behind quantum resistant or post-quantum cryptography. So post-quantum cryptography, basically, it consists of algorithms that run efficiently on classical computers, but are hard to break even with quantum computers. So in other sense, these are different, they use different mathematical problems than integer factorization or discrete logarithms. So there is obviously a need to revamp or revise the standard for public key cryptography. In other words, we need new post-quantum algorithms. In early 2016, NIST announced a plan to select and standardize post-quantum algorithms for public key encryption, for key establishment, or what we call in the post-quantum world, key encapsulation mechanisms, and for digital signatures. The deadline of submissions was in November 2017. The competition is still ongoing. It's at its round 3. Finalists have been announced, and most likely, and actually I think it's a fact that there is a 4th round and a call, especially that's happening most likely towards the end of this year for candidates, especially for digital signatures. So basically, these are the updates as of last year, 22nd of July. You can see that there are multiple candidates for post-quantum cryptography, both on the public key encryption, key encapsulation, and signatures. There are multiple hard problems based on which post-quantum algorithms are based. Without going into too much detail, we have what we call today the lattice-based cryptography. Usually there are strong candidates for encryption, signatures, and key encapsulation or key exchange. They are based on what we call the SIS and the LWE problems. These are the hard problems based on which they are based. So basically, they are the shortest integer solution and the learning with errors problems. We also have code-based cryptography, which is based on coding theory, still secure parameters there are still secure parameters for Macalist's crypto system, and this is quite an old crypto system that was suggested in the 1978. They have, the key size is large, so they have bigger keys, and they are attractive mainly for encryption. We also have post-quantum cryptographic schemes that are, these are the multivariate polynomial cryptographic schemes, and they are based on solving systems of multivariate polynomials. I guess multiple schemes that have been proposed have been broken, but signatures based on multivariate polynomials still have some potential. We have also post-quantum schemes that are based on symmetric primitives, and in particular hash functions. So, you know, because they are based on hash functions, their post-quantum security is quite well understood. And this is where I quote, basically, I mentioned the hash-based signatures. And also we have cryptographic schemes. I think here I bundled it under others, which is the isogeny. It uses isogenies, or it's basically based on isogeny problem of super singular curves. Basically, there were few proposals for key exchange an isogeny Diffie-Hellman for key exchange. It was proposed. The key sizes are smaller, but we still have performance issues for those crypto systems. And maybe this is why you see them selected as alternative here. So to sum it up, there are finalists across all these schemes: lattices, codes, multivariates, hash-based signatures. There are few that were selected across all of them as finalists in the post-quantum competition, and there are also few that were selected either as finalists or alternate candidates for key encapsulation mechanisms and public key encryption. So you see that we might be heading already towards new standards for post-quantum crypto, but as I said before, the competition is most likely going to continue with the fourth round, especially for the calling for submission of new digital signature schemes. Now, the standardization efforts are great, but as researchers in general, or security researchers or security practitioners, I'm sure the first question that comes to mind is that how are we going to transition from current cryptographic systems, which in most cases they are either non-existing, which actually it might make it a bit easier to do that, or there are legacy systems that rely on very old implementations and old schemes with reduced key sizes and bit level security. And obviously we will face lots of challenges and complexities in this roadmap to transition from whatever we have deployed today in terms of data at rest security cryptographic systems and secure communication solutions. So how are we going to move from whatever exists today in the classical sense to post-quantum alternatives? And here you see lots of efforts that are happening to introduce what we call a hybrid approach, or basically hybrid schemes. And it is very crucial for organizations to recommend, to deploy, and researchers or practitioners to recommend agile crypto systems. So in the hybrid sense, basically the evolution towards post-quantum crypto will be using a hybrid approach between classical standardized algorithms combined with new post-quantum algorithms. So for example, for key exchange or for key establishment, we would use an extension between the key exchange algorithms as we know them today and key encapsulation mechanisms. And also there should be a hybrid approach, because today we still don't have standardized primitives, a hybrid approach between post-quantum and post-quantum. So I guess this is it for the post-quantum talk, and I see myself that I already bypassed 16 minutes, and I have instructions to only stick to 20 minutes. So I will go very quickly through the second part of this talk, and it is basically the application of, or basically the intersection of machine learning and cryptography. So cryptography, based on what I've been saying and what you guys know, it seems like a complex problem, mathematics, constructions, etc. So the question comes, how can machine learning contribute to any crypto field? So if we take a step back and put it quite simply, machine learning learns from training data. It makes predictions on new data through a model built, through the machine learning model that we built. Does this help tackle all crypto problems? Well, not quite. We have the NP-hard or the intractable problems that are not a candidate, because implied operations and complexity classes are not probabilistically and approximately learnable. As I said, it takes a quantum computer capable of running Shor algorithm in order to achieve that. But what this means is that what we can do is define problems or models probabilistically and approximately. So for each plain text X with a distribution of V and a mapping function C, we can learn a model which maps X to a value, and it maps actually X to a value, and that value would agree with the ciphertext with a very high probability. So basically, I managed to approximate a cryptographic problem with a machine learning model, and the output of this machine learning model agrees with the output of the crypto system or the ciphertext with a very high probability. So what I'm trying to say here, I think I went too complex here, but what this means to cryptography, and this is today, actually, this is one of the main research problems that we are working on CII, and this is fairly leading edge, is that how can machine learning, how can I use this, what I just mentioned, for machine learning to help with cryptanalysis? And you know, as I mentioned before, cryptanalysis is the opposite of cryptography. So it is concerned with recovering a plain text from the ciphertext, either by recovering a key or by finding a relationship between the ciphertext and the plain text. You know, cryptanalysis is just not one text, okay? Not one test that the researcher does and that's it. It's a set of tests between linear, algebraic, meet in the middle attacks, etc. And the question is, how can machine learning help speed up and automate cryptanalysis? Obviously, this can only be beneficial if we find algorithms with a space complexity that grows logarithmically to the size of the feeding data. And one cryptanalysis way which we are exploring today is to help find differential characteristics and estimate states inside the cipher between plain text and ciphertext. And the better the quality of this nonlinear relationship, the harder it is to find this model, and the stronger the ciphertext will be. The ciphertext will look closer to a random question. Now, if this relationship between the clear text, what you see here as P1, and the ciphertext is not as good, a machine learning model can be found. So how does this help? Basically, the model helps analyze crypto algorithms in a faster and a more automated way. It helps basically do more basically faster and automated analysis for differential attacks over cryptographic implementation. So both from design, security, and the implementation, this model help decipher or break cryptographic algorithms. And then by doing so, it helps you because it highlights to you the security properties. It can help increase the security bounds in cipher designs. I have many more slides, but I guess I'm running out of time. The second area where machine learning can help in the cryptographic field is also, it's a cryptanalytic area, but it can help with implementation-based cryptanalysis. So, and this is actually machine learning can be quite powerful here. So to explain a bit better, one of the most common ways to recover keys and subsequently clear text today is side channel analysis. And this is, you know, typically it requires physical access, and it requires getting signals or traces from a specific crypto algorithm. Obviously, you have the signal processing part in order to pinpoint exactly where the crypto algorithm is running. But machine learning is one actually of, it's quite powerful to be a help or to be of assistance in side channel analysis. So today, basically, I'm not going to go into the detail of side channel analysis, but supervised learning, especially MLP and CNNs, can help quite a bit for profiling and stochastic and template attacks when it comes to side channel attacks. We can use machine learning in side channel attacks for classification, clustering, feature engineering, and pre-processing. CNNs in particular are quite basically convolutional neural networks. They are in particular quite useful for this because they learn abstract representation at each level or at each layer of the network, so they work best. This is, this area of using machine learning inside channel analysis is still fairly new. However, it is quite promising, and it is to be thoroughly tested, even in the presence of masking, thresholding, and other countermeasures. Machine learning can help with deploying security on energy-constrained devices, and this is one of the main areas that I'm personally quite active in the research of. And here the idea, without going into the detail of that, here the idea is that I use quantized neural networks or prone neural networks on embedded devices, because today ANNs have found really good success in big data applications. There is a quite significant interest of using artificial neural networks for medium and small data applications that can be run on embedded systems, sensors, IoT devices, energy constrained devices in general. However, lots of efforts that have been done to migrate those ANNs to such devices has entailed a big loss function, or a significant loss to the classification accuracy. So here, what the research here is about pruning neural networks and to be able to run efficiently with an acceptable accuracy on embedded devices. And basically what this does is that by having those the prune neural networks, and that are fairly energy efficient, and then that can run on the energy on the end device or the edge device, you can have lots of computational power that is saved by having on-device intelligence, and basically not using this and then saving power and not using this power for constant communication between an edge device and the cloud. So you save on the communication energy, and you would be able to run further, you would be able to do inference on device, not needing an external communication for doing the intelligence on a cloud or an external server. And then by saving this energy, you would be able to run further cryptographic functions or cryptographic protocols or other security mechanisms on the edge device itself. And then finally, machine learning can be quite useful in the context of confidential computing, privacy preserving schemes in general, fully homomorphic encryption, etc. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go through it, but basically the idea here is that by using machine learning, so I execute a machine learning algorithm to a computing service while retaining confidentiality of the data. So basically using homomorphic encryption schemes, I keep my data encrypted, and then I do operations on my encrypted data. So I can manipulate the data, I can do any complex operation of the data without decrypting it. So for example, a cloud service can perform several tasks without exposing this private information. However, today, this is still FHE, or fully homomorphic encryption, is still considered as the holy grail of cryptography. It's still quite slow. So as you can imagine, for real-time operations, that's quite a problem. However, there's a lot of research efforts that are going into FHE, into hard, and also doing software optimization and developing hardware accelerators as well. There is a very clear use case for federated learning, and I guess I will stop here. I would be very happy to take questions online, and hopefully on the day I will be able to be online as well to take your questions. Thank you very much once again, and I do hope that you enjoy the talk when you listen to it. Bye-bye.
Είμαστε στην όλα.
Δεν παίζει. Ακούγεται τίποτα.
Είναι όλοι muted.
Να μιλήσει.
Της δίνεις με από εδώ να μιλήσει.
Shares online, and hopefully on the day I will be able to be online as well to take the questions. Thank you very much once again, and I do hope that you enjoy the program. Bye-bye. So, thank you for your talk, Nazwa. We are very happy to have Nazwa with us this morning now. Your talk was fully educative. Thank you again for this. Now, would you like to say hello to our people?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I couldn't be with you today. Hi.
Well, it's been difficult times, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yes. Is there a message you would like to share with our audience, with our people?
Well, I mean, I guess I hope they liked the talk. I know it's maybe the topic is a little bit unusual for BSides, but the fact is I wanted to talk in particular about post-quantum crypto and the threat of quantum computers on crypto in general. And one point I think it wasn't very clear in the talk is that we know that quantum computers are not going to be ready tomorrow, right? And even in the capabilities that they have today, only at 100 qubits and maybe working in tandem at 20 qubits, and breaking a crypto algorithm will need in the millions of qubits. However, the fact that we're working on post-quantum crypto is that all the information that is needed to be that encrypted information that is needed to be stored for years, that is critical data. This we need to start protecting it from today, especially when we talk about public key encryption. Now, digital signature, I would say the threat is not immediate, and usually this is when we talk about active quantum attacks. And the fact is, you can sign again with a post-quantum digital signature. However, for key encapsulation or key exchange, we have to start acting today and migrating from current crypto systems to post-quantum crypto systems, and hence the awareness and the work that is happening on various fronts with various crypto people.
Thank you very much. One single question from me. What is leading your research? Where is your main interest? How did your research interests were driven towards this area?
You mean my personal research?
Your personal interest, yes. I think that's going to be of interest to the audience too. How did you decide to go down this route?
Well, I mean, I've been working in this field since 2004. So it's by education. I worked applied cryptography, and obviously, as you get in the field, and this is the research that you conduct, you have to follow the research or the up-to-date topics in here. I do work in multiple areas of cryptography, not only post-quantum crypto, but given the criticality of finding new post-quantum algorithms, going into finding new standards for public key encryption, hence I started focusing on this area.
That's perfect. Well, Nazwa, I wouldn't like to take any more of your time. I would just like to thank you so much again for being with us, and thank you for taking the time to join online too.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me, and good luck for the conference.
Thank you very much, and I hope we see you again. Oh, we see you in person at some point soon.
Yes. Thanks, Olga.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone. The purpose of this talk is to provide people, especially penetration testers, an overview of what a blockchain is, how we can look at it from a security perspective, what kind of tools are available to conduct engagements, and overall get a general understanding of this new technology that no doubt will be a major player in our field over the coming years. First off, let's begin by discussing what a blockchain is. In terms of definition, a blockchain is quite simply a database. And you can think of it much like how you thought of it in your previous engagement, in your web engagement, especially when you were faced with a web application that had a backend of MySQL or MS SQL or Oracle. A lot of applications that are built on top of the blockchains are much like that. They're usually a web interface with a backend database that's built on top of the blockchain. So the blockchain itself is simply a database, but its format, the way it operates, it's slightly different. In terms of features, databases have features that are different from what traditional databases offer, which I will describe in detail. So with traditional databases like the MS SQL, MySQL, Oracle, everything was and still is centralized, meaning that there is a server somewhere, and that server is hosted by the company that needs the database to operate for them, or that server is somewhere on a remote data center somewhere, but it's still owned and operated by the company that owns it. With a blockchain-based database, the game is shifted. What we see is a database that is hosted by multiple parties, which are usually untrusted, so they don't really know each other. They have no particular relationship with each other. They just want to operate the blockchain. They just want to operate the database. So what happens is each one of those parties will grab a copy of the database and help each other maintain the latest state of that database, and in the process they get rewarded. Now with traditional databases, we have a permissioned way of approaching objects, meaning that if you were to read or want to read something from the database, you need to have some sort of permission. You have to have maybe read permission, write permission, in order to do anything on the databases that are traditional. However, with blockchain-based databases, everything is permissionless. What does that mean? It means that anyone at any moment in time with public blockchains can go and read everything on the database. Every single piece of information on the blockchain, especially public blockchains, are public. I say public blockchains because some blockchains are private. You know, you can have a group of people that would operate a private blockchain, and they can try to keep its information private. But most of the industry right now is full of public blockchains. So just keep in mind that with blockchains, people can read all the information. There's no need for you to have any permission at all. You can just go to blockchain reader services and just read any particular transaction or information. And finally, with traditional databases, administrators can modify records. Let's say you accidentally put some incorrect record on the database. You can contact the administrator of your organization and ask them to remove the record or change it or modify it. With a blockchain database, that is simply cannot be done. You really cannot change anything whatsoever. Once you do it, once you write something to the blockchain, it's there forever. And that's basically the difference between traditional databases and blockchain-based databases. Traditional databases have their use, and they will not go away, but blockchain databases add a new use case, allow for a new form of application slash protocol to be built on the internet that previously wasn't possible. So that brings us quite nicely to Bitcoin, and what is Bitcoin, and how can we use it for our own benefit and understanding of what blockchain is. So Bitcoin is basically a peer-to-peer cash, a currency that has been built on top of the blockchain. It's basically an app. Think of it like an app that's been built on top of the blockchain, and you are able to, as an individual, to transact this currency between yourself and a bunch of other people. There is no bank that's operating it. A group of untrusted individuals, people that don't know each other, are operating the Bitcoin network, and using the blockchain technology, they keep it up to date, and they do the transactions, but in the process, every time the people who are operating the network make a transaction happen, they earn a small amount of fee, and that's how the network keeps running. That's how we can continue using Bitcoin without the need of any central government/company. In terms of features, as I mentioned, it's decentralized. There is no organization that operates Bitcoin. It's a group of people that don't know each other, but they have found a cryptographic way to confirm transactions are happening without being forged, so they can trust each other and transact in that way. Everything on the Bitcoin blockchain is public, meaning that everyone can read every single transaction, and everything is immutable, meaning that if I had one Bitcoin, I cannot send it to two people, and this is only possible because of the blockchain technology. With blockchain technology, you cannot duplicate your Bitcoin and send it to two people at the same time. It's cryptographically impossible. So that's basically, Bitcoin is a product of the blockchain. You just keep that in mind. It wasn't possible in the old traditional databases, but it is possible. And this is one of the many things that could be built on top of the blockchain. Now, Bitcoin has limitations. Think speed, think scripting capability. What does that mean? So once you use Bitcoin, you'll notice that it is slow, meaning that if I was to send you a Bitcoin right now, it will take you probably 30 minutes. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's slightly later, but on average 30 minutes before you get a confirmation that yes, it has been received in your wallet and you have received the Bitcoin. That's a problem, because if you want to build something on top of the Bitcoin blockchain, it will take quite a while for it to actually propagate and finish. So that's quite limiting. And there's also a problem with scripting capability, meaning that if you wanted to utilize the existing network of Bitcoin operators, the existing Bitcoin blockchain, and build on top of that instead of rolling your own blockchain and then finding people to operate it and slowly grow, just build on top of Bitcoin instead. If you want to do that, the scripting capabilities of Bitcoin are very limited, so your hands are quite tight over there. So what was the solution to this problem? The solution was something called Ethereum. Ethereum was proposed by a gentleman by the name of Vitalik Buterin back in 2014. His proposal was this cryptocurrency is incredible, the Bitcoin cryptocurrency, and you know what we can do, we can use it, expand it, and make it even better. So how about we increase its speed? How about we make a lot of modifications to it? And he wrote an extensive proposition and presented it to Bitcoin developers. And at the time, Bitcoin developers passed, saying that these are what Vitalik was proposing were major changes to what the Bitcoin ideals were. So they passed on those proposals. And that's how Ethereum was born. As I mentioned, Ethereum is an open source blockchain. Everyone and anyone can build on top of the Ethereum blockchain. And in order for you to build on top of the Ethereum blockchain, what you need is something called Ether. Ether is the cryptocurrency used to perform any actions on top of the Ethereum blockchain. Much like the Bitcoin sort of system and blockchain, it's decentralized, it's public, and it's immutable. So a large number of people across the globe are operating this blockchain network. Everybody can read every transaction, and nothing can be changed or forged on the Ethereum blockchain. Now, in terms of limitations, there are two problems with the Ethereum blockchain. One is gas fees, and the other is speed. Now, you might be asking, what is a gas fee? If I wanted to perform a transaction on the Ethereum blockchain, let's say I wanted to send some Ethereum from point A to point B, there are some fees, and those fees are called gas fees, and those fees will incur regardless of what the price of Ethereum is. They are mandatory for every transaction. And if you were to think of them, they are denominated in Ethereum. So if the price of Ethereum goes to 10K or 20K, that fee is fixed. So you will still be, in terms of Ether, you will be paying the same amount, but in dollar value, the fee could be much higher or much lower depending on the price of Ethereum that day. And that presents some problems, because if you were to build on top of the Ethereum blockchain, then your application would need to perform some transactions, maybe move Ethereum from point A to point B for whatever reason. The fee that you or your users should pay increases drastically depending, or decreases drastically depending on what the price of Ether is that day. Now, another famous keyword you hear in this industry is dApps. What are dApps? And I think this diagram really explains it quite simply. dApps are decentralized applications. Any application that has been built on top of a blockchain-based database is called a dApp. And that's all that it is. You hear it being thrown around all the time, and really the easiest way to think about it is this: an application on top of the blockchain. Now, as penetration testers, what we will be faced with when we are, hopefully in the future or in the near future, will be doing blockchain-based security audits, is that people will provide us a web interface, a web page, and with that, on that web page, there will be a login mechanism. You would go and test a login mechanism, and you would log in, and then what you're presented with is quite simply a web application initially that could suffer from all the typical issues that a normal web application suffers from. So if you are going to conduct that engagement, for the first part of it, you would have to just use the normal OWASP methodology on the web interface to see what you could find and then report on those. However, with blockchain security audits, there's a second part to this puzzle, and that's actually doing the code review. Every single logic that has been written is written in a language called Solidity on Ethereum. Now, with Solidity, the language is much similar to JavaScript. If you have done JavaScript before in the past, it would be easy for you to pick up Solidity. And you can use Solidity to create the logic necessary to do all the operations needed on a blockchain database, which in this case with Solidity it's Ethereum. So with every engagement you get two parts. One is doing the web interface with the OWASP methodology, and the other is learning Solidity and then trying to pick up common code patterns that are bad and point them to the developers with a white box engagements. And to learn what are common bad practices, people in the Ethereum community have put in a fantastic registry of classifications in place on a website that you see on the screen, swcregistry.io. On this swcregistry.io, you will see a page that presents 36 different classifications of different types of bugs and how you can look for them, how you can fix them, what is the implications of each one. So hopefully once you learn Solidity, your next step should be to browse this page and pick up what are the important skills necessary in order to understand what code could be vulnerable and then report it accordingly. Now, I wanted to walk you through how the code looks like and then give you a couple of examples and show you how simple it is really to understand the language, and then what kind of bugs could be found and how bad or good, well, how bad they can be really. So what you see in this page is the most basic Solidity code you would see out there. The first line is just a compiler version. You're basically telling the compiler which version to use to compile your code, and then every single application that's been built on Ethereum, at least, it starts with the line contract. And what you see here is the name of the contract afterwards. So it's contract hello world. That's on line 3, that's just the contract name. And then on line 4, we just define a string variable and we give it a value of hello world. That's all that it is. And once you compile it and then call the greet variable, you will see the hello world being printed. That's all that it is really. Now, I want to give you a sample vulnerable code. If you have done any sort of white box testing of code before, I'm sure you're very familiar with overflows and underflows, meaning that if a value goes over a certain threshold, it goes back to its original value instead. So in order to give you an example, what you see on this page is, this is a contract called withdrawal. If you look at line number 2, contract withdrawal, that's just a contract name. On line number 3, we have an unsigned integer that is for the balance variable. So the balance variable has been or has a type of unsigned integer 8, meaning that the maximum value it could have is 255. So the problem here is that if someone was able to increase their balance to more than 255, suddenly their balance changes to 1 because it rolls over, the variable unsigned integer, it rolls over once it hits its maximum value back to 1. And another way to exploit this issue is if someone was able to withdraw a sum more than their balance, make sure the variable goes back to its max value, then they can abuse it that way as well. And this is the issue that you see on the screen. So on line 4, function withdraw, unsigned integer 8, sum. So what you see here is there's a function that is for withdrawing, and the sum variable is of the type unsigned integer 8. The sum is controlled by any user. So what they can do is they can provide a number, for example, 2 here, or 3, and in the next line, on line 5, the balance, the sum is subtracted from the balance. So number 3 is subtracted from 1, which is the balance, and because the variable has a maximum value of 255, so it's 1 to 255, and when you do the subtraction, it goes back all the way up to the maximum value, and you artificially increase the value of your balance because of this underflow issue. Another issue, another vulnerability within Solidity is what you see on the screen. The answer is really inside the note that I provided at the top. So in Solidity, you can create functions, and you can set functions to be public or private. And if you forget to properly secure them, anyone can call them later. What you see now is the code itself. So you see Progma Solidity 0.4.24, that's the compiler version. The next line is contract identity crisis, that's the contract name. The next line afterwards is address public owner. It's just a variable of the type address that holds the address of the owner. And then we have a function called set wallet owner, and it takes any address that the user provides and is set to public. And this is exactly where the problem is. If you create a function and you set it to public and you forget to secure it with other means that Solidity provides, people can later call it again, make themselves the owner, and then take over the contract and become the owner, and then probably withdraw its balance if it has any balance. This exact issue was the source of multiple exploits as of recent, where people created some sort of function that would do something incredibly sensitive, but they forget to set it or protect it properly, and that caused all sorts of issues. And that's really how to look at Solidity. As you can see, it's a very, in my opinion, if you know JavaScript, it's a very simple language to read. You just have to have the patience to go over it. Once you do the web interface checks, you just get access to the code, go over the code, but you have to also understand what to look for, so the SWC registry is the best way to approach this. Now, in terms of tools, there are 2 excellent tools out there. One is Slither, is the one I use all the time, and Slither is a free tool, and what you do is you just point it to some piece of code that you have received from the client, and you let it run. It gives you an incredible number of results. However, a lot of them can be false positives, so it's up to you as the reviewer to go through the results. Use Slither as a starting point, to understand, okay, there might be an issue on point A or point B, maybe I should start looking there, and then sort of start filtering down what is valid and what is invalid, and then take it from there. Mythics is also another good service. It's paid, however, but it's also another good service that does reviewing of Solidity code as well. And with that, thank you very much.
Say something.
Yes, I think we're good now. I just said, with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your talk. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us. And it's been a very interesting talk. And I think it's a very hot topic. So, as I can see on our Discord channel, there's no questions for you at this stage. But my only single question is, what, it's very similar to the question I made earlier to Nasra, but what really drives your research? Is your work focused on penetration testing for blockchain environments?
Well, my work isn't really focused on blockchain testing. My work is mostly web and infrastructure tests. However, this new field was quite interesting to me as it emerged back in when I started following it was around 2015, and I thought this is just a new branch of what I already do. So what could go wrong there? So I started reading a few books, and I thought it's amazing. This is something that could be incredible. And I started sort of doing all this stuff, reading books to understand how it all fits together. It's still this industry, the blockchain industry, is at its infancy. People still think that the whole thing is a scam. It hasn't even established itself yet, so we're very, very around where we are, and I think people will be amazed at how it will grow and how it will encompass our entire industry.
That's perfect. I can see they're telling me that we've got a sound issue. Could you please someone confirm that you can hear us? Because I think it is fine. It should be fine. Okay, perfect. Yes, okay. I got worried for a bit. I thought, what is happening? Yes. What is there a message you would like to share with the BSides audience? Something that could be of value for the next generation, or for the younger participants we've got, or something that you feel it would be useful for everyone to hear?
Absolutely. What I would say is follow what you like, follow your passion. I used to work in the IT industry before I joined the security industry, and although IT was fine, it wasn't what I really liked. I found that if you find yourself spending nights and evenings studying something, then that's your real passion. Just follow that. And I sort of found that security was my passion, and I followed that. So find what you like very young, and then keep at it, and you'd be very successful. One point to mention is if you are interested in security at Netitude, especially our Greece office, we do hire individuals who have absolutely no experience but are interested in breaking into the industry. As long as you're passionate about it and you want to get in, just let us know, and we'll be absolutely happy to pick you up and train you and help you in your journey.
That's excellent. That's very good news, I think, especially for the people that have joined us today. I would like to thank you so much. It's been such a great pleasure to have you with us, and thank you for your hard work. And I understand that this year has been, again, a little bit more difficult with the requirements that we had for the conference. I hope next year things will be easier and we'll be able to have you in person.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing every one of you next year, hopefully in person, as you said.
Thank you too. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. think it's time to move on to the next talk with Anastasios Pingius.
Yes.
You're ready?
Yeah. Thanks a lot for setting everything up, and yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. Yes, we just need the broadcast of your talk, and then we'll come back.
Hi everyone, and thank you for attending my talk. This is a presentation about the cyber espionage operation against Greece from 2019. The disclaimer, of course, this is a personal research, it has nothing to do with my employer, and the analysis is limited purely on publicly available information. This is a little bit of information about me, and this is what I'm going to be covering today. Let's start with the TLDs. On the top we have the root level domain, and underneath we have the TLDs, the top level domains like .gr, .com and so on. Then we have the second level domains like BSides Athens, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so on. And finally the subdomains like www, webmail and so on. What we care about for this talk is the TLDs. And more precisely, we care about the test TLDs and the country code TLDs. The reason is that in 2019, the .l and .gr TLDs were taken over. Both of them are managed by 4th ICS. And if you ask yourself, why would someone target a TLD? There are many reasons, but to summarize it to two major points. On the upside, it can enable all sorts of cyber operations, from man-in-the-middle attacks all the way to supply chain, waterhole attacks, and many others. Of course, on the downside, it is very trivial to detect. Even with limited access, you can monitor for DNS changes and identify these kinds of attacks, and from the defender's perspective, it is also equally easy to mitigate them. You just have to revert the changes that were made. Now let's move on to the operation. The first time that this attack became known to the general public was in April 19, 2019, with this data breach notification from 4th ICS to owners of .l and .gr domain names. This notification was saying that there was a data breach on systems managing the .gr and .l TLDs, that it was part of a global campaign targeting TLD infrastructure, and that there was no leak of personal information. It says then that 4th ICS reverted those changes, and an important point is this one, that they changed the password reset process. Now, if we move a little bit later in that year, in July 9th, 2019, we have this post from Cisco Talos. In this blog post, Talos team attributed this operation to a threat actor they are tracking as Sea Turtle, and they also stated that they maintained access until at least April 24th. Also that the threat actor searched for PHP proxy tool and DNS hijacking tools on Cisco Talos blog and UK government's NCSE. And as a mitigation step, Talos recommended multi-factor authentication and strong authentication for VPN and CCTLD management systems. On the bottom right is a map of the victim countries, and this was also the first time where we get to see some technical indicators. So using those indicators, we can start our technical analysis. The threat actor had set up some DNS servers that they controlled, and this is what they were using to deliver their attacks. Specifically for Greece, there were 3 separate hosts that were set up to target different domains. Those were the hosts along with some contextual information. The domains that were targeted is the police webmail astinomia.gr, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Parliament and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In terms of the step to execute this operation, first the adversaries were taking over a management account for those TLDs. Then they were updating the DNS servers on the target second level domains like mfa.gr, for example, with a DNS server controlled by the threat actor. Since they had access to the domain, they could issue a TLS certificate, and this is exactly what they were doing, using a certificate authority that was not normally used by this domain. And finally, they were updating specific subdomain records in order to perform man-in-the-middle attack, in order to steal credentials and access the mail servers. If we do a link analysis of the operation against Greece, we will end up with something like this. Something that stands out is this one, that on the webmail.astinomia.gr, a different certificate authority was used. However, after checking multiple operations of this threat actor, I can tell you that this is not unusual. Although their default was the Let's Encrypt certificate authority, they have been seen using different certificate authorities on different targets. And continue with the technical analysis, we move to the timeline analysis. What you see here on the upper part are the man-in-the-middle attacks and the notifications, and on the lower part we have the attacker-controlled infrastructure, so the DNS servers and the hosts that were stealing the credentials from those domains. It's worth noting that the DNS server was live throughout the entire operation, while there were separate hosts set up for each of the targets. Another important point is the order of the targets. If you recall what I mentioned earlier, when you're doing a TLD takeover, you don't have a lot of time, so you have to be very careful about what are your priorities, which targets you are going to be hitting first. And what we see here is that the top priority was the Hellenic police, followed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and for a very short period of time, the Greek Parliament. This prioritization can help us understand the motivation of this threat actor, and here is why. Here you see the login pages of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as it is today and the astinomia.gr, the police website. Also we see that the MFA now supports multi-factor authentication. But since astinomia.gr was the first target, let's have a closer look on this one. In both the current webmail page and the 2019 webmail page, we see something that stands out. There is a drop-down box, and if we open this up, we will see that this webmail portal, it is not only for the police website, but instead it's for all of those domains. And if you wonder what are all of those domains, the first ones are indeed the police, but then we have the Ministry of Public Order and Citizen Protection, then the National Passport and Secure Documents Center, then the European Union's Siren program, the Center for Security Studies, the Asylum Service, and finally the National Coordination Center for Border Control, Immigration and Asylum. So this is probably why this was the highest priority target for this adversary. And based on this quick technical analysis, we can drive some conclusions. First of all, that we're talking about a targeted cyber operation with specific hosts targeting specific TLDs and specific subdomains. Second of all, that the focus was Greek government entities which could be viable for a foreign nation state. Then, that the threat actor made a few OPSEC mistakes, like reusing the same DNS servers, searching for proxying DNS hijacking techniques from the same operational servers, and similar smaller mistakes. And more importantly, based on the order and the length of the compromise, we can assess that the main targets were the Ministry of Public Order and Citizen Protection along with all of the related organizations, followed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece, almost certainly for intelligence collection, especially since there was no destructive operation that we know of. And now that we covered the basic of the technical analysis, let's move to the second part, the intelligence analysis. In January of 2020, Reuters published this news post. And in this news post, we're reading this quote. According to 2 British officials and 1 US official, the activity bears the hallmarks of a state-backed cyber espionage operation conducted to advance Turkish interests. The official said that conclusion was based on 3 elements. The identities and locations of the victims, which included governments of countries that were geopolitically significant to Turkey, similarities to previous attacks that they say used infrastructure registered from Turkey, and information contained in confidential intelligence assessments that they declined to detail. Now, from our side, we can only validate one of these 3 elements, and that is the identities and location of the victims. The other 2 are information that we don't have access to. So this is exactly what I did. I tried to identify all of the operations up to the point of the attack in Greece, based on the indicators that were released by Cisco Talos. And this was the result of that. If we go through them, indeed most of them align with Turkish interests at that point, especially if we consider the conflicts in Libya and the East Mediterranean crisis. For example, targeting of the National Oil Corporation in Egypt and Libya, or targeting Cyprus and Greece. But at the same time, there are some targets that don't fit into that picture. And to complicate matters even more, there was something else that happened around the same time. This is the avatar of a hacktivist known as Read My Lips. This hacktivist has been providing really high quality information for the Ministry of Intelligence of Iran. And these are some of the aliases that different security vendors are using for the Ministry of Intelligence of Iran. In one of those leaks around that time, we saw a clear overlap on tactics, techniques, and procedures, an overlap even in the IP addresses that were used in those operations, and an overlap on many targets with the victims shown in the previous table. More precisely, there were two specific leaks that stand out. It is those two over here. The first one from March 27, 2019 for a tool called DN Espionage, and the second one from April 3, 2019, which was a series of indicators of compromise that were actually servers operated by the Ministry of Intelligence of Iran. Within those indicators of compromise, we find some IP addresses that are matching exactly with the operations shown in the previous table. So in order to continue with this analysis, I followed the classic structure analytic technique known as the ACH, the analysis of competing hypotheses. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to go into all of the details, but basically, here is how ACH works. You first start by defining as many hypotheses as you can possibly imagine. Then you try to find evidence that disprove those hypotheses. Your goal here is to disprove them, not prove them. Then you do the diagnostics, which is where you create a table and you put all of that information in and you start ordering this information. Then we move to the refinement, where we remove any hypotheses that are clearly disproved. On step 5, we're looking for inconsistency, which means making assessments based on the likelihood of this hypothesis. Then we have the sensitivity, which is appropriately weighting different evidence and making an evaluation. And finally, we have the conclusions and the evaluation. So in my case, I started with 7 different hypotheses and eventually I ended with those 3. The evidence that really stood out during this process were the supporting indicators of compromise, if it was geopolitically reasonable for this threat actor to be doing that, if this threat actor had any known cyber capabilities, if there were media reports about it, if there is a target alignment between the targets that we see and the targets that this threat actor would have at that point, if there were past operations that were aligning, if there was any threat intelligence reporting supporting or disproving that, and finally, if there are any confidential sources being referenced like the ones mentioned from the Reuters. Based on this ACH analysis, the top 3 hypotheses that stand out are those 3. The first one, that Turkey's MIT, the Foreign Intelligence Service, was behind the operation. The second one, that was Iran's Ministry of Intelligence that was behind the operation. And the third one, that was a joint operation between Iran's MIS and Turkey's MIT. Even if we look in the future, after this operation happened, we see a similar pattern. For example, in July 2020, an APT-35 server was discovered, and APT-35 is associated with the Iranian nation-state, and in there were attacks against Greek Navy officers. In a similar manner, we have also seen multiple attacks originating from Turkey. And it's worth highlighting that in October 27, 2020, a question was raised to the European Parliament with the subject of countering cyber attacks by Turkey and Iran and referencing some of those operations. So considering all of that, if we had to make an attribution statement, unfortunately it wouldn't be something simple. It could be something like this. Based on the limited amount of publicly available information, it's assessed with low to medium confidence that the Turkish intelligence agency, MIT, was likely the one behind the operation. There are evidence that align with tradecraft previously observed by Iranian MIS operation, but it cannot be determined if it was an MIS operation or an MIT-MIS joint operation, which is plausible since MIT, unlike MIS, has not demonstrated such capabilities and they have collaborated in other operations in the past. And this is the end of my talk, and some takeaways that I want to highlight is that attribution is hard, especially when you have such limited amount of information. that intelligence agencies are not standalone islands. They collaborate, they share tradecraft, and sometimes they also steal tradecraft from each other. Unfortunately, there was no official statements or technical analysis published by Greek authorities, which makes it impossible to make any reasonable assessment on the impact to Greek national security. Of course, we can make some assessments on how this intelligence was exploited, but there is no way to be certain about it with the information that we currently have. And if you have any questions, now it's a good time to ask them. Also, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter for anything else. Thank you.
So, I think we're back here. I hope we have no issues with our sound at this stage. I would like to welcome Anastasios again, and it is a great pleasure to have you with us. It's been a very interesting talk, and I've got plenty of questions that I could ask, but first, I would like you to say a quick word to our audience.
So first of all, thanks for wanting to set up this conference with all of the challenges that we had. And about the talk, my plan was that last year I gave a very generic talk that was about the general landscape. So this year I submitted this talk that was about the more specific case to see like a very specific case instead of just the landscape.
And thank you very much for that. Thank you for choosing to share your work with our audience. I would just like to remind our attendees that there is a channel for questions on our Discord channel, because I haven't seen anything there, but one of my millions of questions that I could ask, and I've got limited time, unfortunately, what is the reason you think that the Greek authorities choose not to make any information public, not to share any information with not only the Greek audience, but the world?
Yeah, that's a very hard question. I'm pretty sure we have people that could answer that, but from my side, there are many reasons not to do that, and they might have taken action, but not in a public setting. So again, we're talking about intelligence operations, which are closely tied to diplomatic relations. So there might have been actions taken in other means that we're not aware of. And that was a conscious decision to not make it into a public statement. Now, on the other hand, there are, again, other countries that follow the approach that we want to have this public shaming approach, which, again, public relations is how you want to do your public relations as a nation. So I have no idea why this happened, but I'm pretty sure there is a good reason.
I believe so too. I would say so. In intelligence analysis, what do you think, or what do you believe, based on your experience, is the single drive forward?
Well, the definition, how I see this, I think I mentioned last year, I'm not sure, that in the art of war, Sun Tzu says at some point that knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, then you can succeed in every battle. So knowing ourselves is, of course, all of the basic security concepts, but knowing our adversaries, our enemies, is where intelligence comes in, is how to find everything about your enemy. So the more you know, the better prepared you can be. And there are many ways to achieve that. There are many different avenues you can get to. And my recommendation, if someone wants to get into that direction for their industry, and my suggestion, if anyone wants to go into that direction for their company, for their industry, is to start with a very focused area. Like start small and grow from there. Don't try to do everything because you are going to get overwhelmed.
I believe that's the whole point behind intelligence, isn't it?
Yes.
Intelligence gathering and intelligence analysis, to be prepared, to do things, to be proactive in a way for our future operations.
Yeah, absolutely. But it has to be relevant, it has to be actionable. So there are certain things that if you do it wrong, you will have the opposite result. It will be like another report that people will throw around and they will not care about. So you have to be very careful on the quality.
I would like to thank you very much, Anastasios, for taking the time to be with us for another year. And hopefully next year we'll be able to be all in the same room and enjoy the conference live, hopefully with no sound issues or no issues at all, and everything will be far better. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, and again, thanks to the entire team for managing to set this up.
Thank you. Our next talk is from Thanasis Diogos.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's virtual BSides Athens. I am Thanasis Diogos. I come from IBM X-Force IR, and together I'm going to present you the ransomware incidents and some experience that we have seen from ransomware incidents. So, first of all, let's start with some statistics from the very recently published IBM Security X-Force Threat Index 2021, where you can see that we keep track of statistics from the incidents that we have been working, and you can see on this slide that actually ransomware has increased for 3% over year, and of course what is also obvious from this slide is that actually ransomware, they are dominating the malicious operations, because you can see that they're gone beyond every other type of malicious and security incidents that we've been facing. Furthermore, what was recorded in this report, in this research, it is that Europe is now the continent with the most attacks recorded, and you can see that this year it has surpassed North America, and this makes our continent, our region, as one of the most attacking regions globally. Now, let's talk about ransomware, right, and how ransomware has evolved and how ransomware has moved forward. Long time ago, some years ago, let's say, they started as a single computer or consumer level, let's say, and they came a lot of times hidden in something like fake antivirus and something like that, right? From the sample you can see on the right of the screen, it started on 2013, and again, as I said, it appeared as a single computer attack threat, and it was not capable of replicating over the network or doing any other stuff than just attacking the computer that it was being executed. Now, moving on, it has adapted the RSA standards, the standards of encryption that everybody is using, and that's why it's almost impossible to decrypt the files or do anything with encrypted files. And of course, it has evolved to sophisticated malicious operations, where you can see some parts of the malicious operations is that a significant number of data, like in this ransom note that we see from DarkSide threat group, they are uploading more than 100 gigabytes of data, and you have to be sure that they will choose the files wisely, so they will choose files that they will contain accounting information, personal information, client information. They will choose files, they will choose portions of data that they know they can use on their advantage, they know that they can use in order to add more pressure to us, and they know that this will damage one way or another the reputation of the company. And as you may see from the ransom note, they will put the files in a public website, same or leak site as they call them. And this is on the right side of the screen. This is one from Ransomware, where they actually put all the files, they put the name of the company, they can put all the information they have leaked over there for public view, of course, in case that the victim chooses not to pay, not to comply, or not to cooperate with the ransomware operators. Now, they have taken this a bit forward, they've done more steps, and now these days we see that some victims, some clients of the victim organizations, they've been notified that, your organization, your service provider has been attacked, which is a victim organization, and they are letting them know that their data has leaked, has been exposed, and of course they're doing that on a way to add more pressure to the victim organization. But very recently, they also started requesting money from the clients of the victim organization in order for them to pay to make sure that their data will not be published, they will not be publicly exposed. And of course, you have to have in mind that they choose their targets very wisely, and they know, what exactly they can make out of the targets that they choose. They used all the public information that is available, like in this case, which is from a very well-known website called ZoomInfo, where actually this website, it lists the organization, the description of the organization, where exactly it's located, other kind of information. But what is very critical and very, very useful for the attack operators is the number of employees and the revenue, of course, as well. The revenue plays a key role into the attack part, because they know, according to the revenue that the organization actually gains, this is the amount of money that they would be either fined by the GDPR, or this is the amount of money that maybe they would be more willing to pay in order for all of their data to be published. Now, how exactly those incidents start these days? Especially these days with the pandemic, a lot of people are working from home, and they'll still be they're more likely to be using their corporate devices. But since they're working from home, they might be visiting other personal websites, like websites with personal mailbox. So one of the samples that you see on the right side is an Excel spreadsheet which was named like compensation reject. It was sent to a personal mailbox of a corporate person. Then the person, because maybe of the lucrative, file name, it was actually, the person actually opened the spreadsheet, and the instructions were followed by enabling editing and enabling content. And of course, as you realize, at that point, all macros were executed, all macros, security defensive controls were disabled, and the spreadsheet allowed the attackers to gain access into the corporate device that was, as I said, of course, it was located, it was placed in the home of the person, right? Of course, you realize that at that point, with just, a very small amount of Windows commands, they can realize that this is a device that it is domain joined. They can also realize who owns the device, which is the company that owns the device, and they can start looking, and they will start looking almost immediately for any kind of remote access, VPN credentials, and anything that would allow them to jump over to the company that the person is actually operating for. And that's why we bring to the next topic, how those incidents start. And these days, the remote access, again, due to the COVID, it has become very necessary for businesses to operate, but unfortunately, we still see lots of organizations still using unsecure remote access. And when we're saying unsecure remote access, yes, we're talking about let's say, loose password policies and the absence or the non-deployment of multi-factor authentication, right? That this will allow from password spray attacks to be utilized, from password brute force attacks, or even when a corporate device is being compromised, the credentials that were stored and were discovered by the attackers to be used without any further restriction. Another very interesting attack that we saw is the one that was used with the default credentials. So the organization decided to install and publish an Active Directory web management service. And what happened, we're not aware why this happened, it is that they left the default credentials, the default admin credentials unchanged. As you realize, this is very easy to find, this is very easy to discover for someone even by just looking the vendor documentation. And what happened because of that is that since it was publicly exposed to the internet and no VPN was configured or something like that, the malicious actors, when they realized that the application was published, they just tried the default credentials, and when they got access, one of the features, let's say, that this application allows is it allows to create a user, and of course it also gives you the capability at the end of the user creation to execute a script. So what happened in this case, it was that they created a user which, because nobody cared about that, the user creation was just the means to execute the script, and in the script they put a malicious PowerShell that was downloading the malware from another public website, and this was being executed. Now this is where it becomes even more dangerous. This was being executed on a domain controller, and it was being executed by a domain admin, because this application was configured to interact with domain controllers and interact with domain admin credentials. Other type of misconfigurations that we keep seeing is one of these on the right side is very popular, let's say, is that this long time ago Microsoft came up with a group policy object that would allow you to create a scheduled tasks and for your Windows clients, and define as well the username and password for the scheduled task to be executed. One of the things that happened is that the username and the password and the complete scheduled task was stored in an XML file, and the password was encrypted with an encryption key that Microsoft accidentally revealed sometime after the group policy was introduced. And you realize that anybody that had access to those files, the files that contained the encrypted password, and because the encryption key became public, they could actually get the username and password in clear text. And this is something that we keep seeing. And one of the bad things with this one is that Microsoft has actually published a patch for this one long time ago in 2014. Okay, but the issue with this patch and many other patches is that it actually fixes the vulnerability. So it stops, let's say, saving passwords in such a way, but it will not take care, it will not remove from your domain controllers the existing files that contain this sensitive information. So this is an activity that you have to do on your own, and the issue with this one is that a lot of people, they didn't realize that patching is just half of the job, right? And you need to do the other half. Another thing that we see very quite often, let's say, is what I call IT paralysis, and this has to do with the trouble, first of all, with the troubleshooting mentality of the information technology personnel, right? For them, most of the times is they need to fix problems, right? They have issues and they need to fix, but you have to have in mind that security incidents, they're dealing with confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So it's not about fixing some problem, right? Also because many organizations, they're not training enough their people. You realize that there's a lot of panic during security incidents, and this panic comes because they feel that personally they're being under attack, or maybe they already know that their credentials, their personal credentials, were stolen, and this ends up to the situation that they're not able to execute regular tasks, right? So you know what happens if you don't train people. What I used to say is that you actually end up trusting the instincts of the people, right? Because this is what happens if people don't go through some proper training, then they react based on their instincts, right? And you know what? If you react based on your instincts, this means that you cannot actually predict the reaction. You cannot actually work in a predicted manner. One very good example is what we have here is that an organization was encrypted with the Aphrodite ransomware, and we could see in the browser history after the Aphrodite ransomware was deployed, the administrator was looking on the internet for solutions, as I already said, to fix the problem that has happened due to the Aphrodite. But again, you have to remember, this was not the problem, right? This was the security incident. So what has happened there is on the first line here, or in the picture here, you see files encrypted by the Aphrodite ransomware. On the first line, you see the Aphrodite ransomware, which is this readme recovery.txt file, which was created by Aphrodite, but you see something weird, right? But it has an extension of Harma, which Harma is another ransomware. So in this case, what actually happened is that because the administrator was looking for solutions on the problem, several tools that were downloaded. One of the tools was another Harma variant that was let's say, put into the public website as a solution for other ransomware. So when this Harma ransomware was executed on the same systems that were already encrypted by Aphrodite, the systems ended up being encrypted by Aphrodite initially and then by Harma ransomware. So you can realize how many more problems this caused to the organization, how much more any kind of decryption or restoration was eliminated from the organization, and how badly, let's say, all the evidence were destroyed by executing twice a different ransomware. So even life is full of choices, and this of course is applicable for ransomware as well. So the choices here is that you may pay, which of course it is always, we are always against that. But what I'm trying to say is that you either pay, you either decrypt by seeing this ransomware that we faced last year, or you restore your files, right? But as you may see on the right side of the screen, on this specific ransomware, there was a button, let's say, that you could click in order to check if the conditions were met for the ransomware, in order for the ransomware itself to start decrypting the file. So when we saw that, this instantly gave us the idea that maybe the decryption code is within the ransomware itself, right? And this was true. And what we managed to do, we managed to actually reverse engineer the ransomware and just keep only the decryption routines and functions from the ransomware itself. And these were used later on in order to decrypt the files for that victim organization. But I have to tell you for sure that in either case, you either pay, decrypt, or you restore, you have to be prepared in all cases for the same problems, right? Long delays into your services, long downtimes as well into your services, and for sure a long-term, let's say, risk that will remain into your organization because of the existence of malicious actors. So what you have to do, and what we highly recommend you to do, is to either be ready or get ready. Right? And how do you get into that readiness level? You need to adapt and enhance the detection and logging capabilities. And how you're going to do that? You will do that by establishing a visibility into what's happening into your endpoints, right? And in order to do that, you need to maybe have an EDR solution like endpoint detection and response solutions, and you need to work into your login solutions in order to make sure that you actually record the information that is required to provide answers, right? You know, when an incident happens and when you start doing the investigation, you would rely a lot on the available logs, right? And if the available logs, they did not record the important information or the information required in order to understand what happened, you will not be in a position to actually understand and respond to what happened, but also you will not be in a position to know how to secure the rest of the environment, right? And because you will not know what exactly happened, okay? In order for this, of course, to work, you need to have an incident response plan in place, and an incident response plan in place that will actually, your people will actually test it and be trained on that. And of course, don't be confused on this one. When I say people, we mean the complete personnel of an organization, right? From including higher management of the organization, because those are the people that they will be responsible for guiding the rest of the company during such a crisis, right? And you have to remember that during such major crisis, things, as we said already, will not be operating in the expected way. And finally, you need to start utilizing threat intelligence into your login solutions, into your detection solutions, in order to be in a position to be able to detect as much early as you can that some malicious actor has gained access to some portion of your network or some endpoints of your network before things really go wrong. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Δεν το πίσω.
Να βγει. Ναι, ανοίξτε το λίγο.
So, just before we start and before I welcome Thanasis with us, just to let everyone know that we are aware there are some sound issues, and this is something that we are working on. Hopefully, everything will be resolved just soon after all. During the lunch break, hopefully everything will be fine. And now, I would very, very much would like to welcome Thanasis Diogos with us.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see me and listen to me. Right.
Yes, perfectly fine. I can. I hope the audience can as well, our attendees. Hopefully.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the welcome, and thanks, for giving the opportunity to us and the people to come closer under these circumstances and share the experience both ways.
Exactly. It's been difficult times. It's been a challenging. It's been a challenging event to set up. Hopefully, we'll all. I keep on saying that, but hopefully next year we'll be all able to meet together in person again. So, thank you for the very interesting presentation, the very interesting video, and the work that you shared, your work that you shared with us. Just one question from me. Why do you believe we still observe such attacks? Why are they not amplifying? Why is the situation changing? There is enough work in the field. There's been enough research, education for the users, but still, it feels that something is missing.
Yeah, I think this more or less is happening because of the continuous digital transformation, which is required, right, for humanity, for people to move on. But maybe this digital transformation does not follow along with user awareness and with the security that is put in place in order to secure the systems, right? Maybe the security is strongly, let's say, pushed by compliance and not by security itself. Okay, so that's why. And of course, it's been amplified because one of the main reasons is that a lot of people, they see that they can make good profit, or let's say very good profit, and I'm talking about the threat actors, and they also see and feel that there are also a lot of victims that are very willing to pay. So this is what it keeps this system alive, right? So if we don't break the chain of actually paying or collaborating or cooperating with ransom operators, we would not see this thing stopping earlier.
Yes, it feels like it is a big business in the background, in a way. Is there a message you would like to share with our audience, Thanasis? Something that you feel that everyone should be aware of, or if people want to follow a career in this area, any actions or any steps that they would need to take?
Yeah, I think cybersecurity, because of all this demand and maybe the lack of skills, let's say, is a very good field for people. But for sure, they need to know that they need to follow their passion and they need to help, let's say, society. right? So yeah, for everyone, let's say, wants to make some money, some profit. But at the end of the day, I think we are here because we are passionate people and because we're feeling that up to a point we're helping the society. Okay, so this is what you should be followed. And for sure, cybersecurity, as I said, as a field, it has a huge amount of opportunities.
That's a very big word that you used, with the passion, because without being passionate in this field, it's difficult to move on and keep on going. That is a very good point made. I would just like to remind to our attendees that our Discord channel is open and we'll be very happy to receive questions for our speakers there. If you feel that if you're not using Discord, then you are welcome to try to communicate with us in any other way. It is we're grateful for all the work our speakers have done. I know and I understand, Thanasis, it's been challenging for us for pre-recorded talks, and this whole idea is to overcome any challenges that we could have while live, but it feels that we're still having some challenges here. I would like to thank you. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much for your work. And as I said earlier, hopefully we'll meet you again very soon in the future. And maybe live. Maybe we'll be together next year. Who knows?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. I will get you now to Impact Hub Athens, because there's something big happening there, and I don't know, are you ready, guys?
Hello, you should be able to hear me.
Hello.
Oh, you can see?
Hello, we're live from BSides Athens. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we're having some troubles with the sound when we go through the link. We changed the equipment. We're gonna also test it during the lunch break. I just wanna let you know this is the first time that we are doing this. We're not media influencers, so we're not very familiar with what we should be doing in order for this to become perfect, like you see on television or whatever you watch online. Bear with us. We have the talks. We have the speakers. We can do interviews with the speakers and Q&A offline, and we can upload it later on. The whole streaming will become available, and the videos at high quality will become available in due time on YouTube. Just bear with us, help us, support us. Don't judge us too hard. Now, in order to do this, we have some recorded videos, but we're coming to you live. We have someone that traveled all the way from the US to come here. And this is Ira Winkler. We are very excited for him to be here. It's a great honor. The first thing that I did when I saw Ira was basically to ask him to sign my books that I bought, that he had written, well, which I bought 20 years ago, almost. Well, he was started writing books when he was 5, so what do you expect? So yeah, I mean, an applause internally here, I don't know, virtually, for Ira. Thank you so much for being here. It's a great pleasure. It's a great honor for us and for everybody who's watching from home.
Thanks. I'm honored. I was not expecting to be the only in-person speaker, so it's kind of nice and weird. So when they start to, I got to get out of the way. So, hold on. I will go up here now, and I am here and out of the way, and now I can't move. So we will see how that goes, because if you know me, I have too much energy. But anyway, thanks for having me. It's really appreciated. And I'm talking about human security engineering. And this is kind of a new term for everybody because I invented it, I think. You know, there probably was something like human security officer in Star Trek or Deep Space Nine, but that doesn't really count here. But human security engineering, there was on the previous talk, they mentioned ransomware. And when you mention ransomware, everybody looks at it as a user issue. They're like, why did that stupid user click on these things and so on, no matter what we do. And the reality of the situation is behind every stupid user is a stupider security professional that knew, basically put the user in a position to click on a message, and then after that knew that they were gonna click on it and didn't do enough to stop them. So do you blame the user? Because I'll talk about this going on in a little bit, but essentially you're blaming the proximity of where the error was initiated. And I'm using the term user-initiated loss, and I'll cover that. I only have a half hour and 25 slides, so I better start moving. Next slide, please. Sorry, we don't have a clicker. I can either snap, which snap looks really obnoxious, or just say next slide, please. So let's talk about the Twitter hack. You know, the sad part is most people have forgotten about the Twitter hack. But a year ago, in ancient cyber history, what happened was there was an attack where somebody, a criminal mastermind, took over the top accounts on Twitter. They took over President Obama's accounts, they took over Joe Biden's accounts, they took over all these accounts with more than 1 million followers. And at the time, Twitter came out and they called it an advanced social engineering attack, a sophisticated social engineering attack. And then they mentioned this mastermind and all that sort of stuff. And then when they looked into it and they caught the person really, really quickly, which says he wasn't much of a mastermind, he was 17 years old. And this 17-year-old mastermind outsmarted all of Twitter's internal security. Next slide, please. And so when you stop and think about it, what did the person really do? They used lots of social engineering, and they determined that what happened was just calling people up. They found out that there was administrator tools that basically let any administrator reset people's passwords. And it turns out that 1,000 people, 20% of Twitter's employees had access to change this. And what made this really, really heinous was about, 2 years before, some person who was a German engineer who was a contractor, and basically when he resigned from Twitter, he said, screw it, and he deleted Donald Trump's Twitter account because Donald Trump's Twitter account, it's obvious. But anyway, to that extent, you gotta stop and think, they knew something could happen, so what did they do? They locked Donald Trump's Twitter account, okay? What about the other accounts? And yes, it was a coordinated phishing attack where they went ahead and compromised multi-factor authentication, but still, why did they allow access to a tool that could compromise thousands of top accounts? Well, pretty much any Twitter account except President Trump's at the time. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to compare this to Cloudflare. And Cloudflare, about the same time as the Twitter hack, all of a sudden went down and took down a significant portion of the websites on the internet. And what happened was, in the case of Twitter, they put out like a message from like a mid-level engineer, basically was the face of the Twitter hack, and he was putting out things that said sophisticated social engineering, we're improving awareness and everything like that. In the case of Cloudflare, Matt Prince, to his credit, came out as the CEO and said, we experienced, and basically this massive outage occurred because an engineer was basically modifying a routing table, and that engineer made an error in how they did that. And somebody replied back on Twitter and said, I would hate to be that engineer. And the CEO of Cloudflare basically said, you know what, it's not the engineer's fault. His quote was, it's a failure of leadership that one person making one error could take down our entire network. That is essentially the right answer, a failure of leadership. Next slide, please. So anyway, let's go back to talk about safety science. I'm going to talk first about old school safety science. Safety science, a lot of people ignore. In cybersecurity, we think we're the first profession ever that had to deal with human error. I hate to break it to a lot of cybersecurity people, but we're not the snowflakes we think we are. Just about every profession in the world has had to deal with human error of one form or another. And old school safety science, because safety science gets millions and millions of dollars, because if a person injures themselves in a factory, the factory could go down. If people are injured, companies get sued. Hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars a year are because people do things that injure themselves. So safety science came to be, and initially old school safety science said, if somebody injured themselves on the job, why were they stupid enough to injure themselves on the job? That was old school safety science. It was the person's fault. It was always an analysis of why the user or the other person was wrong. Next slide, please. Sorry, I hope everybody's talking back there because I'm not interested instead of technical errors. I'd rather have not interested instead of technical errors. But anyway, so this is like essentially blaming a canary for dying in a coal mine. Canaries are supposed to die in a coal mine. They're supposed to die before people die because the environment is unsafe. Instead, in cybersecurity, what do we say? We're like, we just need better awareness. We just need funnier awareness. We just need more entertaining videos. Again, that's like saying, let's put a gas mask on a canary in a coal mine. Because the problem isn't the level of awareness, the problem isn't the user, the problem is the environment the users are in that create all these problems. Next slide, please. So anyway, let's talk about this as operational problems. Proximity doesn't explain a lot. In other words, let's say, for example, a bus driver is driving a bus and a tire falls off. Do you blame the bus driver? Well, in some rare cases, maybe the bus driver drove over a curb into a wall or something like that, then yes, you blame the bus driver on certain conditions, that there were not mechanical errors. Generally, if a wheel falls off a bus, that's because of poor maintenance on the bus, poor inspections on the bus and everything like that. And what they do is they do post-mortems. In the medical profession, for example, every time somebody dies in a hospital, the hospital sits down on a regular basis and says, okay, why in the last week these people died? What could we have done better? Was there some malfeasance, or were there a series of errors that occurred? Somebody actually went through, safety science people looked at the medical profession, and they determined that, for example, when people die in surgery because of what's considered an error by the doctor doing the surgery, they found, why did the doctor do that specific act? And at the time the doctor did that specific act, in general, it was the right decision. The problem was there was a chain of events before that which led to that decision being made. And they had to look back in the chain of events and say, okay, early on in that chain of events, what could have been done different that the doctor wouldn't have made that decision at that point, which led to the death. And that requires a full post-mortem from start to finish as to what happened at every step along the way. Next slide, please. So, when we look at new school safety science, which took this into account, essentially, the user is really just the proxy, and I'm using cybersecurity now. I'm going to transition and make parallels between safety science and cybersecurity. Pretty much, a user is just part of the system. A user is not, frankly, awareness is awesome, but awareness professionals are well-meaning, but sometimes they have this Pollyanna view. Hopefully Pollyanna translates. I think it's a European story, but they have this idealistic view of the user. We want to make the user, the paragon of virtue and everything. That's just not going to happen. A user, no matter how much you think of them, is still just a part of the system. Much like a bus driver is part of the bus, essentially, much like a doctor is part of a surgery team, they're just a part of the system. And what they realize is that in safety science, if a user makes a mistake, that's a failure of the whole system. Because a user just didn't magically come into being and make an error. The user was put in a system that presented the user with a condition, and the user acted on the condition. Maybe it was a lack of awareness, maybe it was, of malice, whatever it happened to be. The user failed in their thing, which set off a chain of events that caused the failure. Now, what they do is they review all enabling factors. And again, users just the proximity of the error, and the proximity is just a symptom of the overall problem with the system. Like ransomware, the problem is not the user clicked on the message. Why was the user stupid enough to click on ransomware? The thing was, why did the system fail that allowed ransomware to lock up the whole network? And again, user error is just a symptom of what's wrong. Next slide, please. So, well, most people would not know this, but I am certified as a master scuba diver trainer. I love scuba diving. I can't go scuba diving at the moment, but such is life. So anyway, the reason I have this picture, this is actually what I'm assuming is a certification class where they're doing an exercise known as a fin pivot. In a fin pivot, basically you just show you can go up and down having neutral buoyancy. And what happens is, this is likely the instructor over here, and that instructor, as you see, is watching them. Now, when you stop and think about it, the first time I ever heard this expression, "you can't stop stupid," was when I was going through scuba instructor training. The course director basically said, "you can't stop stupid." And I was sitting there thinking, wait a second, this whole class I'm taking is essentially how to stop stupid. You know, when you look at scuba diving, because scuba diving, there's countless ways you can kill yourself, literally countless ways. I've done it myself on many occasions. Well, not as many, as an instructor, I should say, I've never done it, but the reality is I've done some stupid things. But when you stop and look at the dive industry relies upon people living. And what they've done is scuba skills are taught by, PADI's, Professional Association of Diving Instructors, SSI, a few others. And all these organizations have basically gone through a whole bunch of dive injuries and figured out, why do these dive injuries happen? We need them not to happen because we need a safe dive industry or nobody will go diving. So you basically look at the scuba skills, and they're taught before a student comes into my class. They have to go through and they have to essentially take a medical to make sure that they're not going to die of a heart attack or something. Then we put them in a pool, and they're supposed to swim a little bit and float a little bit. We don't really care if you can swim. That's what all the dive equipment's for. Then the reality is, we just care you're not going to freak out in water, because freaking out in water is what really kills people at the end of the day. So we need to make sure of that. Then before they actually go in the water, they have to take like dozens of hours of training on how not to kill themselves. Then when we put them in the water, we check all their equipment, we teach them to check their equipment, and then we go ahead and put them in a shallow end of the pool and slowly take them deeper. Then when we know they can do everything we need them to do in the real world, then we take them to the real world in a very, like, for example, you can see the bubbles are going straight up, which says there really isn't a current, reasonably good visibility and all that sort of stuff. But the thing, like, this person can only go ahead and look at one person at a time. But click the button, please. What you don't see here is, and you can barely see this, I'm thinking here, is there was another person that they brought along as an assistant instructor or dive master to watch the rest of the people to make sure these people don't kill themselves in the process. I was once that instructor, and what happened was one of the people over here decided, hey, what's actually under the platform? And luckily, I caught them in the corner of my eye, but luckily the assistant instructor was pulling them out before I did. That people will do stupid things. But anyway, even if they do stupid things, we know where the hospitals are, the barometric chambers are, we have insurance on everybody, and so on. But anyway, that's diving. And the reason I put that there should be a lot of parallels to how safe diving is compared to cybersecurity. Next slide, please. So anyway, where does blame actually fall? In safety science, they've gone ahead and done a lot of things and figured out, hey, why do people injure themselves on the job? 90% of that turns out to be the environment that the people are in. For example, I work, when I do awareness programs for large companies, sometimes there's a factory or manufacturing areas and things like that. I walk around with the safety science people, and one time they were showing me, you see this yellow line on the floor, and we were walking around the warehouse, and they said, we used to have approximately 100 injuries a year where forklifts were driving into people walking through the factory. And we did all these studies, and finally we figured out we're going to draw a line on the floor. And people stay to one side, forklifts stay to the other side. And that took care of almost every injury resulting from forklifts and other things. And what happened was, they still had an injury every so often. And when they did that, they figured out, well, that was a person on their iPhone walking down and accidentally bearing into the wrong side, or a driver not paying attention on their iPhone crashing into people. So these things happen, but generally, 90% is the environment around the user. 10% is the user themselves. Because think about it, can a user actually click on ransomware if it's not in their inbox? Nobody thinks of that one. Anyway, go ahead, next slide, please. So what is the other 10%? And you got to look at the 10%. The 10% includes carelessness. It might include blatant ignorance. It could be a lack of training. Something else a lot of people don't consider is malice. And this is something like when people say we need more awareness for ransomware, if you think more awareness is the complete solution, you're going to get your organization killed. Because malice, according to the Verizon data breach report, was responsible for 28% of all attacks in a recent date. Can't remember which year. It wasn't the latest. I didn't read the latest. They're all essentially the same thing with slightly different numbers. You all know that. But anyway, this is where awareness and training might fit in that last 10%. But still, it's only 10% of the overall problem that awareness can satisfy. This means as cybersecurity people, we got to figure out how to address that 90%. Next slide, please. So now I talked about safety science before. Let's talk counterterrorism. And counterterrorism, there's a concept they call boom. Boom is actually the attack itself. And so then you have people, professionals who in counterterrorism that specialize in left of boom and right of boom. If you think about it on a timeline, from left of boom starts when terrorists start planning the attacks. Right of boom is after the attack. How do you respond and try to prepare the organization? Next slide, please. So what is boom? Essentially, like I said, counterterrorism strategy, but left of boom includes prevention and protection. Right of boom is response, recovery, resiliency. So if we're talking about prevention and protection, prevention might be, for example, the people in terrorism who specialize in identifying potential terrorists, trying to hunt them down, trying to stop them, whatever. Protection are the people, they don't really know exactly who the terrorists are. They're not going to necessarily stop them, but they're responsible, for example, for hardening buildings. They'll say there, they'll be like, okay, I need to have an evacuation plan. I need to have like cement pillars in front of buildings and so on. But those people specialize in protection, while other people specialize in stopping the attacks from happening in the first place. Then we have at the point of boom. Boom, at the point of boom is like, how do you harden a facility? So if we're going back, well, it's almost ancient history these days, 20 years, to the September 11th attacks. Everybody remembers the World Trade Center attack because it's very visible. Terrorists really care primarily about visibility. Having images of like towers fall is one thing. A lot of people don't remember that the Pentagon was attacked on the same day. Now, it sounds bad, but the way I say it, only about 100 people were killed inside the Pentagon when they flew a plane in the building. But a good portion of that was because they actually hardened the Pentagon before the attack just because they were concerned about a bomb going off inside. So they hardened the walls, they put more fire protection. So when the plane actually went in, it actually caused very limited damage to what it could have been because the whole building was hardened. So anyway, that's at the point of boom. You can do things like that, strengthen cockpit doors and so on, or another example. Then in response, recovery, and resiliency, you have to, for example, train first responders not to rush right into an environment because it sounds counterintuitive, but if there's poisonous gas in the environment, if there's radiation or biological weapons, there's the potential for secondary explosion. So you have to know how to respond quickly. You have to make sure there's hospitals in the area, enough hospitals to take care of the concerns and so on. And then you have to figure out how to rebuild. Next slide, please. So now the issue is, when we look at these principles for cybersecurity, I came up with a concept of what I call user-initiated loss. Because at the end of the day, a user doesn't cause the damage. Even if a user clicks on ransomware, the user doesn't go into a hard drive and encrypt every bit. The computer encrypts every bit of the computer itself. The computer is essentially committing suicide. The user doesn't do it. The user just takes an action that results in there. Just because the user does something, it doesn't mean it has to do something. And also, I say user-initiated loss instead of user error, because again, likewise, it might be malice. It could be not a lack of awareness. I mean, it could be the user intends to do something. It could be that, you know, the user just wants to do something that's wrong. But either way, I like to take out the cause and call it user-initiated loss, but acknowledge that the user, again, is just initiating the loss. And again, it just creates the possibility of a loss that doesn't have to be realized. Could be ignorance. If you want to stop the potential for the loss, in other words, you want to do something let the boom, and then you want to stop the actual initiation of the loss, which comes out to write a boom. But then you want to mitigate the loss afterwards, again, assuming that the loss did occur in some way. Next slide, please. So when we start talking about user-initiated loss from the left-of-boom perspective, you want to really stop the user from being in the position to click on things. If we're talking ransomware, you don't want to put ransomware in the user's box. You want to block the user, for example, from going to websites that might be dangerous and so on. So perhaps you want to take away capability of decision-making. A lot of people are like, no, we want to empower the users. No, you don't. You want the users to do just the things they need to do with the capabilities they need to do it. You know, protection, detection, reaction. You will need to create a culture of consequences. And a lot of people say, well, gee, no, we don't want to blame the user. It's like, you know, users are limited. You got to acknowledge that. Users are busy. Users have a variety of different issues to, you know, address. But you want to essentially create a culture where they do the right things. I tell the story, when I worked at NSA, you know, I worked at National Security Agency for people who don't know, and there was one time I was working shift work, and this guy working with me, well, he's irrelevant until I start telling this story, but I was working on this plotter that drew maps out, and I had to take my badge off because the plotter would, you know, wrap the badge up if you didn't have it, safety, of course. And then what happened was I had to run to the toilet, and I basically ran out to the toilet, forgot my badge, which I realized when I ran into a security guard in the hall doing his rounds. And the guard's like, where's your badge? I go, right, probably on my desk. He's like, we're going to your desk. And I'm like, you're not allowed anywhere near my desk. So anyway, he's like, I'll wait by the door. So I go, he waits by the door, go to my desk, and all of a sudden I'm like looking around, can't find the badge, and my coworker's like, are you looking for something, Ira? I'm like, where's my effing badge? Sorry, I don't want to curse on YouTube. I don't know why. But anyway, I go, where's my effing badge? And all of a sudden the guard, you know, and the guard's like, is there a problem, yelling from the door? And I'm like, and finally the guy, do you think I ever forgot that badge again? You know, that was a culture where, again, everything was put in place. The guards were doing rounds and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, next slide, please. Next is governance, and this is a part that a lot of people ignore. Governance, everybody thinks, okay, write policies, procedures. Basically, most organizations treat it like they write these documents, they get put on the shelf until the auditor shows up, they take them off the shelf, the auditor says, okay, great, you have a policy, you're done. You know, but governance should really define how an organization does things from start to finish. You know, what is the policy? What are people supposed to do at every step along the way? You don't normally see that done in a lot of organizations. In other words, how is a person, like you always tell people, make sure that it's not from a hacker. Make sure that this is, it's like they never tell people how to do that. They basically just say, check an email. They don't say how, for example. But anyway, the user actions are there by default. You have to make sure you document these actions. And that's what's left out in a lot of cases. Next slide, please. So at the point of boom, the user at this case, you know, we're talking about the user's presented with the opportunity to initiate a loss. We could be talking about phishing and ransomware. We could be talking about USB drops. We could be talking about a user filling in an email address and it could be the wrong address or so on. But either way, they have the opportunity. What do? Do they do it for detect it? Do they prevent it? Do they sound the alarm? And remember, this can be from any cause, whether it's accident, careless, willful, malicious, whatever. Because think about it, a lot of people could say, oh, you know, somebody shows up and they might want to send the message to the wrong Michael, and they might be emailing out, for example, critical design documents. And then you go to the person, oh yeah, no, I meant the other Michael, not the criminal I sent it to. You know, I mean, those things happen, but it really doesn't matter why they wanted to send it to the wrong Michael or whether it was an accident or on purpose. So anyway, this is the point, that the user has the opportunity. What do they do? What's the guidance on how to do this and so on? Next slide, please. So, and here's policies and governance. Again, I love awareness, but I simultaneously hate how it's practiced. I'll give you that. And what I mean by that is we're generally, do people know Elmer Fudd here in Greece? Okay, people know Elmer Fudd. If you don't know, apparently there's a new Space Jam movie because Shaquille O'Neal is out and Kobe Bryant is in. But anyway, there's a new Space Jam movie with Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd was always on the lookout for Bugs Bunny, trying to hunt Bugs Bunny. And if Bugs Bunny would put on a dress, Elmer Fudd would never recognize Bugs Bunny. It was that bad. And that made it funny for some reason. But the reality is that's our users. We're training them how to look out for Elmer Fudd. Somebody gets an email and they remember the video. Oh, is this a hacker I saw in the video trying to trick me? Or is this really the CEO of the company who needs something desperately? And it's like, you don't want this case. You don't want, because here's the concept. When you're looking at an email, a lot of them look amateurish, but you're basically taking your lowest level user and putting them at odds with potentially a trained sociopath, organized crime. You know, we saw the shadow brokers and what's the latest one? A dark side with the Colonial Pipeline incident and all those things. These people are skilled criminals. They're gonna find a way to trick people. But you gotta go ahead and tell the users how to do things the right way, not what to be afraid of. And then, you know, got to figure out, are all their actions necessary? Tell them what actions are necessary, what are not. But don't rely upon the user as your first line of defense. Your user's not your first line of defense. Your user's not your last line of defense. And if they are, you have failed as a security professional. Next slide, please. So, boom, a loss has been initiated. But the good part is just because somebody initiates a loss doesn't mean the loss has to be realized. Does the environment expect it? For example, if the users don't have admin privileges, they might not be able to download malware. If there's anti-malware on the system, ransomware should not be able to load in general. You know, are there additional protections? For example, is there data leak prevention? Are there behavioral-based anti-malware to try to stop ransomware once it starts running? That stops systems from encrypting itself. And then also, boom, do you go back and go ahead and analyze incidents after the fact to figure out why these things happen? Was it a failure of policies? Was it a failure of technology? Was it a failure of awareness or whatever else? Maybe you can have your users do more additional things and so on. Next slide, please. So here's essentially a mapping. I went ahead and, you know, hopefully I don't think that I apologize to the people in the room. It's a bad angle for this. But I went ahead and mapped out what has to happen for a phishing message to be successful, and from start to finish. And when you look at this, what happens is, and hopefully this will, what just happened? Okay, anyway, so what happens is a malicious actor, they have to start with a botnet. And somehow the entire security community on the internet has to allow that botnet to exist. Then they send an email message out, the message goes to a perimeter device, and if the perimeter device, for example, is running DMARC, you might be able to prevent that message from getting any further because the site it comes from was unauthenticated as it was from the sender. Then, from the perimeter device, it goes to the mail server, the actual mail server itself. If the mail server is running good anti-malware, if the mail server is running good anti-spams and other things, again, the mail server should theoretically stop the message from getting any further. But if the mail server fails, then it gets to the email client. Then the email client, frankly, should stop the message itself. But if the email client doesn't stop the message, then you have it either goes to an inbox or a spam box on things like Outlook or other email clients. And then it becomes a user interface. Then the user at this point basically has to decide whether or not they actually want to go ahead and open a message. But it's a different user experience if it's in its inbox, because it might be assumed to be safe, while something in a spam box should be assumed to be not safe, and so on. But anyway, then the user now makes the decision. And the user in that environment should have nudges. Maybe that includes a little signs. Maybe that includes like banners. A lot of email servers now put banners saying this comes from outside the company. There's a lot of companies now working on nudges. Then you also have awareness, where hopefully policies be procedures, where the procedures then be the awareness efforts, and so on. And then the user then has that. Then once the user makes their decision, they take an action. Now, hopefully they don't take the action, but if they take the action, there's a lot of user interfaces now that say, hey, that link goes to an unsafe site. That message might, do you really want to open this message up? It looks dangerous, and so on. And then the user should be able to go ahead and say no. But let's say the user says, screw it, I want to go ahead and enter that or look at that message anyway and take the action. In that case, you should have anti-malware filters. You should have, what are the 3 potential actions usually for phishing messages? They might want to load malware like ransomware. They might want you to send out sensitive materials, or they might want to compromise credentials like, say, log on to this website and enter your email credentials. So then what happens? If there's malware, first thing that should happen are permissions. That user doesn't have permission to download files and install software, for example. And then if that fails, then there should be anti-malware on the system that says, we're not going to let you load this file because this file is malware. On the other hand, let's say there's sensitive materials and it asks, please send out your latest documents or your tax forms or whatever. And that should go into data leak prevention. Maybe the user doesn't have permission to access the files in question. Data leak prevention should also stop it. Compromised credentials, there should be web content filters that say, hey, wait a second, you're not going to a legitimate logon site, as an example. And this all should mitigate this. But when you look at it, the user just takes one action here, and for loss to be realized, basically, your whole technology infrastructure has to fail to begin with, and then you have to have a really bad technology infrastructure to allow all that to be realized. So anyway, next slide, please. So when you look at user security engineering, I kind of came up with a model of visualizing it. One of my friends said to call this a bow tie and say, because what has to happen is governance should drive your entire infrastructure. Governance should say, here is specifically what my security policies are, here's the technology I need, and so on. And so what happens is governance feeds the technology infrastructure like the perimeter devices. Then you have the endpoint technology. Endpoint technologies might include anti-malware, includes permissions, it includes whatever else there is to stop users from doing stuff. Then you have what this example, user experience. User experience is how is information presented to the user? How can you go ahead and tell the user this is potentially harmful, lead the users to the right decisions with a series of nudges and awareness? Then the user takes the action. But at the same time, once the user takes the action, it should have to go through all these layers on the way out. So, for example, the system should say, hey, wait a second, that's not a good idea. Do you really want to still do it? Then the user says, yeah, I still want to do it. Then the endpoint technology should say, no, you're not allowed. And if the endpoint technology allows them, the technology infrastructure like data leak prevention, like all anti-malware on hard storage drives all anti-malware on all the drives around the organization are protected themselves and so on. And again, governance then goes back and figures out why did the attack get as far as it did. Next slide, please. So anyway, most important takeaway, your user is essentially just your canary in the coal mine. They're not really a layer of security. If a user fails, the user fails. It's a problem with your whole system. You know, they're not your first line of defense or your last line of defense. They essentially are a part of the system, and if they do something wrong, it's a failure of the system as a whole. Next slide, please. So anyway, everybody should buy my awesome book. People here, it looks like some people will get my book. Anyway, next slide, please. And that's me. Any questions? Hopefully I didn't go over time.
We're doing great from time perspective. You can, okay, now let me come here so people can also see. So Ira was really kind enough to bring his latest book to us, which he also signed. So we have a bunch of books which are signed from Ira. Thank you so much. And we will communicate to you through the social media and mailing list, and we'll tell you exactly how we're going to do some kind of competition. We'll see how we're gonna send you the book. So how we're gonna give them out for free to you. Would you like to talk about the book a little bit? Introduce us.
Yeah, anyway, the book, basically, You Can Stop Stupid, really it's a take on You Can't Stop Stupid, because frankly, your job as a security professional is to stop stupid. You know, you can't say, oh, you can't stop stupid. It's like, well, not with that attitude. You know, you got to go ahead and start to think. It's like, wait a second. And then it basically includes, frankly, a lot of the concepts I gave today. I can't go ahead and introduce it anymore. And, you know, that was just a little summary of it. So, thank you both.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being here. It was a great pleasure. A round of applause from around the room. There are a few people here.
Oh, I think I should say Parakalo.
Yeah, that's like you're welcome. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, I know Parakalo, Thank you is too long, and I don't know anything else.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hope you are all well and healthy. My name is Konstantina Koukou. I'm a lead security engineer in Checkpoint Software Technologies and an evangelist in the company. Together now we're going to take a deep dive into the dark web, understand what it's right there, and hope you enjoy. Let's go. So the agenda is that we'll look into the architecture, how the dark web operates, what are the components, what is the protocol, what can we found, what can someone purchase through dark web. We'll explain a little more about the transaction and the use of blockchain technology, as well as the syndicates and collaborations that exist in dark web. There is a saying by the poet Carl Sandburg that life is like an onion. You peel off layer by layer, and sometimes you weep. And we can say that this pretty much also applies to Tor and dark web, unfortunately. But let's take it from the beginning. I want to give you some feedback and history actually of how the dark web and this thing started from the beginning. Actually, Tor started to be a project in the 80s, a project of the US Navy Laboratory project. The main goal was to develop an internal channel that was completely secure, confidential, and Nobody could break it, no matter if he was able to monitor the traffic through the network. There were three masterminds behind this, Mike Reed, Paul Shiverson, and David Golsag. And the goal was, as we said, complete anonymity and privacy for the user. The answer was to create and deploy the first prototype, the first research design of the onion routing. And actually, the operation was what was happening is trying to encrypt the communication in each and every hop of the path. And this is actually how pretty much the onion routing works. And until 2004, the project remained in the hands of the US Navy, but it was late 2004 that became an open project. The US Navy decided to give it back to the community. First of all, because they needed also to hide their own traces in the dark web, the intelligence members' action into the dark web. And this is how it is right now. It's operated by the community. And we also find that big organizations that promote freedom of speech globally are also supporting financially the Tor project. Let's see some very basic stuff and what's the difference between working in a common browser rather than working in the Tor browser in the dark web. First of all, on the left, you can see a web page result from the Google search, and this is how the engine gives us the well-known websites, also called as index sites. On the regular web, most people we know that are aiming for publicity. They want people to reach their site to get their attention and maybe monetize the visits. But on the other hand, when we are talking about dark web, probably this is the complete contrary situation. First of all, we know that in order to register a new website in the regular internet, we need to take into a standard procedure, register the domain, and we go through, even without noticing, through some standard organizations that are monitoring the activity. While on the other side, I can open a new site on the onion site on the dark web in a matter of seconds. No one asks for what I upload, how I upload, and who am I that starts a business over there. And actually, if I don't decide to give someone the onion site, my address, nobody can reach me, or it would be pretty random if it gets to my website. So generate it to myself, and there's no notification that to people that can get to my site. So this is probably, I want to show you the typical connection, how it's done using the Onion protocol. And you can go through the website, download the package, which is pretty much like a VPN and also containing the web browser that exists in the bundle. And we have the user that gets into the network. The first hop, we call it an entry node, then goes through an intermediate node or a relay node. And then in the third path, the third point in the path, it's called exit node, which is the one that gets me into my final destination. Pretty much all this flow, it's what we call it the circuit, the Tor circuit. And once we connect into this network, we are actually part of it and we contribute to the network in a secure way. In order now to establish a communication into the network, the host first needs to set the Tor circuit as we discussed. So this is established by the three hoops that get me to the destination. They are responsible for receiving and sending my packets from and to the destination. And now we have to say that this path can get me either to a legit well-known website of the regular internet, or as well, of course, can drive me to an onion site, into the dark web. All this circuit remains active per web session, and this is because we want it's needed to be private and not be permanent for a lot of time. And there's actually another mechanism that randomly resets the Tor circuit every 10 minutes in order to delete any traceability. The idea now is that every node has to know very little about the next hop into the network. So, and of course, very little about the final destination. It's only the exit node that gets the information of the final destination, and we will explain. So the host actually creates three private and public key pairs that are shared among the three parts of this communication. First, the packet is encrypted by using the packet by using encrypted 3 times with the key of the entry, relay, and exit node. And each time that this packet travels through the path, I see that, for example, the node 2 takes out the K1, it decrypts the packet with its own private key, and then it knows where to pass the packet to the next hop. So the exit node, again, takes out the K2, decrypts the packet, and as soon as also decrypts K3, it knows that it has to forward the packet to the final destination. Now, by default, it's on the exit node. On the traffic is regularly unencrypted, meaning that the exit node knows always about information about the destination, but it's not the node that knows the source. So we protect the user and the privacy itself. On the other hand, when we go to the entry node knows about the user, but has no idea about the exit node or the destination, final destination. The relay node stands in the middle, so knows neither the user nor the destination. Now, I want you to think about how strategic, valuable, and vulnerable the last exit node is, meaning that it's a node that gets all the information, sometimes unencrypted. And when you act like yourself, like an exit node in the network, for example, police departments or inspection organizations can see that kind of strange activity or strange transactions are coming from your IP address. So you have to protect yourself. But on the other hand, you have access to a lot of information. So all in all, it has a quite important role in the circuit, the exit node. And if one decides to act like an exit node, it better use a guide that it's over there in order to do it securely. Now, I want to now go into the rabbit hole, as we said, because we want to see what's actually in there and what is someone can do when it's navigating the dark web. First of all, we will start with the more legit stuff. For example, corporations that we know that are also deciding to operate in the dark web, for example, like Facebook. An incentive to do that, for example, it would be to show that Facebook cares for the privacy, although we know that it doesn't, it's not the case sometimes. But we see also media pages like BBC and New York Times that have also their site up there. The reason for that is that they want to promote good investigation and freedom of speech, and they want to reach a lot of information that exists into the dark web. But also we see that intelligence agencies like CIA also have a point of presence into the dark web. And this is the reason probably because they want to be open to any whistleblowers that they want to contact them and provide them a secure way to do so and protect them. Now we'll go into the marketplaces. A marketplace is like you know it in the regular internet. It could be, for example, eBay or Amazon, AWS, and there are hidden marketplaces that allows you actually to buy stolen accounts. These there are accounts, for example, that you can buy from Netflix account, PayPal accounts. Those are information that have been acquired through breaches, and the owner of these breaches, the hacker, is trying to get rid of them. So it's selling them through the marketplace in very nice prices. On the other hand, we know the dark side. Let's go into that, but very briefly. Of course, someone can use the dark web in order to buy drugs. This is one of the most used way. Guns is the other very frequent reason someone is using dark web. But also we see that it is feasible for someone to buy say, American citizenship and generally IDs. And this is quite interesting because sometimes we find that there is actually someone that's handling those, for example, for a USA citizenship. You can see that someone makes the payment, is expecting the passport, and someone in there is a serious inside job that seems that it's for sure handling fake official citizenship documentation. But sometimes, like we also have checked in Checkpoint ourselves, it happens that, for example, we communicated with the dealer of corona vaccine, and you never get it back. So it's not something that you get for sure. Another service it's you can get from there is hacking as a service. It's something that you don't do yourself. You don't buy anything like an exploitation kit, but you order an attack. You order a DDoS, you order an Instagram hack, a Facebook hack, or there's something interesting here, destroy somebody's life. I don't know how it's doable, but anyway. And we can see also that there are serious discounts about on the event of the coronavirus. Another one is a mystery box, very creepy one. It's very trendy on the dark web. Someone, the buyer, sends you a box that you have no idea what's in there, and most frequently it's about creepy stuff. So not interesting, but it's trendy. And let's go about discuss a little bit about how this the marketplaces are operating. We can see that they are caring a lot about customer satisfaction, although we say that we never, for example, know who is the buyer, and we never reveal the seller. Marketplaces act as intermediates. However, they want to be like loyal entities into the transaction. And what they are doing is that the moment that someone makes the payment, the seller is not paid until the buyer gets the product on his hand and confirms that everything was as expected. So they ensure that the customer satisfaction is up to a level in order to continue the operation. An interesting now question that you may have is what type of population lies under the dark web? What are the users of the dark web? And the truth is that we can find everyone. You can find someone that are even from criminals to hackers, children that have curiosity, but we can see even parties that have legitimate interest. For example, we talk about, of course, NSA, CIA, that of course are tracking activities and getting a lot of data and petabytes of data from the dark web. But it's also media researchers and journalists that are looking for information that exists there, as well as some companies from the financial sector that want to look into what's happening there. A nice reading that I would recommend to you is from Jamie Bartlett. It's a journalist himself, and he has written several books, including The Darknet, describing how he experienced all these activities that he has done in the investigation into the dark web, and what are the conflicts that he personally faced when he had to go really, really deep into the dark web in order to achieve his investigation goals. Now, about the transaction themselves, of course, the communication we discussed, it's encrypted end to end, but now we need also to consider the transaction, how the payments are secured, which is a very, very important subject. Up to some years ago, there were actually some platforms. One of them was the goods transfer, the web money, or the Liberty Reserve that acted again as proxies for the payments. They were able to do any kind of transaction, lend you money, do the transaction for you without many approvals, and only by giving a simple email. But it happened that those platforms have been taken down due to, of course, as you can understand, some activities that became traceable by the authorities. So it was about time to find something new to replace those platforms and be the way to ensure the anonymity in the years to come. Bitcoin at that point was in the field, was already there. It was more of a technological vision without having an actual use case. And it was the right time that it started to be used by criminals and people that try to keep their anonymity. However, there is a slight disadvantage here because although we know that there are private wallets, there are hashes, they're not disclosed. There's no disclosure of information or about the transaction itself. However, if you go now to blockchain.com, you'll see that without even logging, you'll see that there is information about the wallet ID, the private ID, and somehow if someone traces that and finds a pattern and looks into all the information, maybe there are slight chances, but there is maybe the possibility that can lead the transaction to a specific wallet and person, and then we would lose the anonymity. So now it comes another method. It's called the bit mixing service. That what someone can do through the service is again use it as a proxy and say that, okay, I want you to carry over this transaction and I want you to do it, for example, in a time frame of 1 week. And then the service starts little by little doing the transactions. And also he can choose, of course, it's always using its own private wallet, and it's using an algorithm for the transaction, and that ensures better anonymity than even the Bitcoin. Last, and I will try to conclude because I have used more of the time that was assigned. I want to talk about the people that operate in the dark web, because I see that not in our field, but generally we know there is a misconception about the hackers. It's one with a hoodie in the dark room working on its own, while what actually it's there, it's quite the opposite. We see that there are a lot of hacking organizations nowadays. You call it, they have names. It's actually, we're talking about literally companies that operate the hacking activities. For example, we see here that these are the masterminds of the Zeus malware. It was one of the most favored, and I think still it is, banking malwares, banking Trojans, that managed to get a lot of millions from millions of users by, of course, infecting the workstation and being able to take the username and the password, and sometimes they were even able, of course, to bypass the two-factor authentication and complete transaction of very big amount of money. And I want you to have into your mind that when we're talking about these corporations, hacking corporations, they actually have the structure of a regular company. We can see that there is the kingpin. It's like we call the CEO in our world. It's someone that controls the whole business, but it also the developers that are developing the malware. They are the server guys that are taking care of the servers, the uptime, in order to be able to spread and deliver the malware. They are the QA managers. They are the people, the managing directors. That they are the ones that are taking care of the hacking campaigns and making them successful. And of course, this also an operations, a money operations manager that takes care of the financial stuff. And now with that, I would like to take you into the light to find a way out of this dark world. And to sum up, I would like to say that if at some point this presentation raised your curiosity about trying things yourself, I think that you better do it with safety. So I have to give you some hints. First of all, you have to disable the JavaScript's auto updates. This prevents the execution of potential exploits on the browser. We suggest always to use your own VM, not expose your host machine over there. You should use a very strong nickname, something that you have never used into the regular internet, something that needs to be unique and could never be traced back to your true identity. And last but not least, you should pretty become familiar with the jargon and the slang in order to be able to communicate with those people. And with that, I would like to thank you and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Hello everyone, really glad to be on BSides Athens yet another year. Of course it's not the same as being IRL, but yet it's the next best thing. Today we will talk and present Meraki 1982, an open source web social engineering post-exploitation toolkit. A few words about us first. I am Yannis, I am the managing director of 12sec. I am a penetration tester for more than 15 years. I have a bunch of certificates and so on. And I am a strong cybersecurity community supporter.
Hello everyone, I am Dimitris. I am an application security engineer at 12sec. I have almost 3 years of working experience in application security and nearly 10 years of software engineering experience. I am also a certified DevSecOps professional and currently attending a master's degree in cybersecurity.
So, a disclaimer first, don't try this at home unless you're doing it for educational purposes or unless you are engaged by one of your clients in a red teaming engagement or something similar. So a little bit of background. nowadays we live in the era of cloud suites and two-factor authentication. We have Google Suite, we have Microsoft Office 365, and a lot of organizations really live on those, but they do not have everything that they require. So a lot of third-party apps have been created that in order to work, they need to have access to corporate data. So this third-party integration could not work with two-factor authentication. You could not ask someone that uses a calendar app, for example, on their mobile phone to always authenticate to Office 365 via two-factor authentication. So the cloud providers, they have implemented the OAuth, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, authorization framework, in order to bypass two-factor authentication. And it still applies, but with some issues sometimes. So let's see the Microsoft implementation. In order for an app, a third-party application to have access to Office 365 data, they have to create a URL, which is actually Microsoft.com URL, but with specific parameters, and one of these parameters is the URL of their own API. And when the user visits this URL, which again I remind you is the Microsoft.com domain, he is prompted to log in, and then a pop-up appears that asks the user if they want to give access to this specific app. Then as soon as they say OK, Microsoft goes to the API of the app and provides them with an access token, which eventually gives them access to the emails, the drive data, calendar, and so on. So to take advantage of this setup, we created our own web post exploitation management tool called Meraki 1982. Just for the history, because maybe some of you ask yourselves why we chose this name. The name came from a real world example where in a specific forum there was a user that had selected to not display their name, their surname, or age information, but their email address, which was shown, contained both the name and their date of birth. So this is a little reminder to this situation. Regarding the technical details about Meraki 1982, it was built on Microsoft Stack, including .NET 5.0 and .NET Standard 2.1. We used, believe it or not, this stack in order to be multi-platform. In fact, we set up the project on a Linux machine. We developed this application using the database code first approach in order to support multiple databases. So currently we support SQLite, Postgres, SQL, and the Microsoft SQL Server. So let's now describe what the Meraki 1982 take advantage of. So we create a malicious URL which looks 100% legitimate because it's under the Microsoft.com domain, and we send it to a user, and this user is prompted to log into Microsoft normally and to give their consent in order to provide access to this application. And if they do, we get access to their emails and able to download their files. And to see that in a schematic, in this diagram we see that the attacker, the threat actor, uses Meraki and asks it to create a malicious URL, which actually is again the Microsoft.com domain with some parameters and a URL pointing back to it. The attacker sends this URL to the victim via email or something else. The victim naturally follows the link because it's Microsoft after all, and it's presented with the pop-up to log in and then to authorize the app. And then Microsoft sends the access token to Meraki 1982. So let's go see that in action.
When Meraki 1982 is launched, login page is displayed. I will log in with my email and password. And when I hit the login button, it redirects me to the home page. Here we can find some information about Meraki 1982. The first thing we need to do is to get the malicious URL. As you can see here, we have two URLs, one for Microsoft and one for Google. Although our case focuses on Microsoft, the development of Google has already started. You can either copy or navigate to the URL. If you notice, the URL is Microsoft's legitimate one, asking me to fill in my login information. When I click Sign In, it redirects me to the consent page. Here, under the application's name, we see an unverified status, which means that the application is not a legitimate one. You can disguise Meraki 1982 as a legitimate one and receive the verification from Microsoft. Let's now accept the consent. This redirects us to a page and download a file. Hint here, the file can be a malicious one. Now let's go back to the Meraki 1982 and start performing actions to the hooked users. As you can see, the user is hooked, and now we can use the receive token to get the emails and files. First, I'm going to get the user's emails. As you can see here, there is an email in the inbox folder. Let's check it out. It has the subject for your eyes only, and you can either display this as a raw HTML or display the email. Whichever you press, a new window will display it. As you can see here, we can read the email content. I have heard that on BSides this year there will be a lot of hackers. Now let's go back once again to the Meraki 1982 and get the user's files. As you can see, the folder personal has one file named xxx.jpg. The most important thing here is that we can download this file. If we click here to download, it downloads and opens the file successfully. I will end this demo by informing you that there is a logging system on the application and the basic user management functionality.
So we hope you liked it. So some downsides now. It would be great if there were no downsides, but unfortunately there are. So as of November 2020, where Meraki 92 will work just fine, Microsoft made some changes in their policies. So in order for it to work, either the app should be a verified publisher, something that is not by default, but of course you can take the source code, mask it around another legitimate application like a calendar app that needs access to to the Office 365 data and submit it to Microsoft, and it will be accepted, at least for some days. The other thing is, if you are an administrator, then even if it's an unverified app, you can still give access to your data. And also, there's another extra tick if you are an administrator, that if you tick it, you give access to the whole domain to the app. So that's pretty scary. The other option is to have a victim that is not part of an organization or an educational institute. So just a user of office.com, for example. Then you can target them easily. And of course, if you have messed up with the settings of Office 365, there's the option to allow unverified publishers. So yeah, you can do that as well. So the next steps for Meraki 982, like you saw on the demo, we are working on Google Gmail and Google Drive. Also, we're working on creating a malicious URL crafter in web application, which will be a fully customizable malicious URL. We're working on getting email attachments through the API, Dockerize the whole project, and a lot of other things. And we expect from you as well to contribute to our GitHub page. Whatever you think of, please come forward. And also, feel free to contact us in case you have any ideas for new features that you would like us to implement. We thank you very much, me and Dimitris, and hope to see you again next year IRL. Bye-bye.
He is with us now.
I'm here now.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, and a lovely background. What a pleasure to have you with us again this year. And
Likewise.
Thank you very much. And shall I just share the big surprise about Meraki, something that you shared with us the other day, that it is today that is actually the tool going live?
We just searched the Meraki 982 tool on GitHub. It's public now, so you guys can fork it, can submit pull requests, and also join us on the discussion to make it even better.
Thank you very much. That's a great honor for BSides Athens too, because sharing the day of the presentation. So we've got the privilege here. There is a question for you. If you could please describe more technically the reason why the restrictions on Meraki 1982 exist.
Okay, so like I said in the video, up until the start of November 2020, any user of Microsoft 365 could give their permission to any app, either registered or not, to access their drive data, their main data. But since they realized what a huge security risk this was, Microsoft decided to give this option only to Office 365 administrators, or if there is a business need for that, the Office 365 administrators could enable this for the users, but this is not on by default. This is one restriction. Of course, a determined attacker can bypass this by masquerading the application to be a legitimate one. The other thing is that the single users do not have access to give permission to the app for the whole organization. Only administrators have this tick box that can give access.
So essentially,
to add anything to that?
yes. So essentially, it will not work if the victim is a simple user.
Well, if it's like that, yeah, it will not have. They won't get the pop-up. But it's quite easy to masquerade it as another app and register to Microsoft, and then it will work then.
Yes, of course. But it was part of the presentation, of course, but what was the main drive to work on a tool like this?
Yeah, this is a tool to be used mostly in red teaming engagements. So it's very easy to send this original link via email. Someone saying, maybe there's some activity that is suspicious to your account. Log in here to see this activity. So even if they hover over the link, they will see a Microsoft.com link. It's pretty straightforward for them. They will have to log into Microsoft, and then it's just another pop-up out of the 100 pop-up they get every day. So
yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Another question that is coming from the audience: could the tool be used against phishing campaigns? For phishing campaigns against companies or educational institutions?
Of course. We have designed it in such a way that it's manageable, the users are manageable. Each user has their own tab. Dimitri, you want to say a little bit more on that?
Can you please repeat the question, because I had some issues with the sound?
No problems at all. The question is whether the tool could not be used for phishing campaigns against companies or educational institutions.
It can be used against the administrations of the organizations and educational institutions, but not for simple users.
What I was saying is regarding the manageability of users, that we can create different links for each user, and each user will have their own environment, and we can monitor them.
Oh, perfect. And my last question, this is my question: where do you aim next? Are there already any plans to expand on the tool? Any future work that you would like to add on?
Yeah, there is a feature ongoing to support Google as well, and we created an architecture that we can add more vendors as we go on.
There's been an issue with the sound again. I would very, very much like to... Oh, can you hear me? I would very much like to thank you both. It's been a very great pleasure. We'll go on with the next talk. Hopefully we'll be all again together next year. I think. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Offensive Azure Security session. My name is Sergey and I will be your presenter for the next 20 minutes. This is the light version of this session, so you will see only one scenario how things may be compromised. But even this scenario will give you some ideas if you're a defender, so you will find what can you fix. If you are a pen tester, it will give you ideas how you can try to compromise application in the cloud environment. So let's get started. Before I start to show you the content, let me say a few words about myself, and I promise you we're going to start. So my name is Sergey once again. Very important where I'm from. I'm from Russia. So that's my burden to do all of this hacking. And as you can see on the slide, I do a lot of pen test, and also I'm an instructor, conference speaker. if you want to contact me during the session, after the session, whatever it may be, here's the LinkedIn URL. Go ahead and find me. You may ask something, say something, or you may just find some other conferences where I speak. So here on the slide, you may see 3 scenarios I usually show on this session. So first scenario is hybrid Active Directory. So when you have on-prem ID and the cloud ID and how you compromise all of this environment. Then the second scenario is how you can compromise virtual machines and of course application deployed on those virtual machines. And the last one is PaaS, where you have a number of services, PaaS services, and how you can pen test them. Since that's the only light version, so that's the light version of the session, you will see only one scenario, the last one, which is for many should be the most interesting. So let's take a look on that. And here we're going to cover application which should be a bit more interesting. In this application, we will have application with a SQL database backend. Also, the credentials to access backend will not be stored locally on the web application. It will be stored in a key vault, and the credentials, they will be rotated periodically with Azure Functions, and also application will be protected with application gateway in front with WAF feature enabled. So it looks like this application is quite secure, but let's try that first. Let's try that. So I'm gonna jump back to demo as usual. Now let's take a look. How can I try to get into this application? Let me show you one more slide to give an idea what may be, in our case, an entry point. So my goal, my goal is to get access to database, because all of the most interesting things will be there. But as you remember, credentials are to access database will be stored in Key Vault. Let's first test if I have access to Key Vault or not. I'm gonna go to Key Vault. Maybe this user that was compromised already have access to Key Vault. Let's see that. If I go to secrets, no, there is no permissions to access Key Vault. Let me quickly give permissions to myself to just show you that something exists there. I'm gonna just give permission to list, click add here and go back to secrets, refresh, no, huh. Oh damn it, I didn't save it, sorry. Let's try again, click add, and let's click save. And now if I go to secrets, I have password here, pass, and username. So let me remove this permission, click save again. And now let's try to somehow get access to those secrets. And for me, entry point will be key rotation function, because it's very recommended to have key rotation, keys or secrets in my case, rotation. And on Microsoft website, you may even find the function that will rotate the secret in the key vault and on the target application like SQL database on our target. So here's a slide with my function. So I have a function, and this function will like change password in SQL database and the key vault at the same time. And what the typical problem that I find periodically in the real world, when a function has different configuration compared to Key Vault. So Key Vault may be very restrictive, but at the same time, function will have also like a reader permissions inherited from subscription, and so function will have a bit more permissions. So users will have a bit more permissions on that function compared to Key Vault. Let me show you what I can do if I have a case like this. So I'm gonna go to portal and find function applications, and here I have one function. So let's take a look at what do we have here. Under one function application, I have two functions. One is triggered by event grid. Second one is triggered by HTTP. This one will be more interesting for me because I can trigger that manually. So let me show you the code. Come on. And so by default, when I deploy the function from Microsoft GitHub, from GitHub, it will show me the code like this. So this code is the legit code to rotate secrets. But where may be the problem? The problem is, by default, function may be accessed via FTP. So if you look at the configuration of the function, you may find that in general settings, FTP is enabled by default. In most cases, you don't use that, but it's enabled by default. And so if you go to the deployment center, you may find FTP credentials here. And so here's the FTP credentials. So now let me try to get those credentials, but of course, as usual, from command prompt. So let me open command prompt here. And let's try to get, first of all, a URL for FTP URL to connect the function. So here's the FTP URL. Let me copy this and paste to FileZilla. And then I want to get credentials of this function application. And here's the username. Paste here. And here is the password. Let me copy this. Here's the password. And now I have permissions to log in there. And I can see here the structure, which is my two functions. Let me go to the HTTP function, and here I can see the structure of the function. What I can do, I can upload my own code. And so this code, with the name called run.ps1, in this case it's the PowerShell function. So I can upload my run.ps1 code, and this code will be executed when function is triggered. And so this function, because the function has permissions to access Key Vault, I will access Key Vault and I will get information from Key Vault on behalf of function. And my code will just get information I need from Key Vault. Let's try that. I'm gonna just open PowerShell and run the command like this. And so let's try to get credentials from Key Vault. Fingers crossed I will get it. Also, by the way, I can go to function itself and just take a look when it was executed. If I click monitor, nothing here. Maybe already, yeah, it's already give me information. So it finished. Now I can see that username is web app and the password is password, and those credentials will be used to connect to SQL Server. So let's try to connect to SQL Server now. First, let me take this URL and type my password. And now I can see I was connected. And I can see my database with tables and the content there. And there's only one record there. Let me try to do the same from the different workstation. Let me just connect, copy this from different workstation. And now it says, hey, you can't do it because firewall does not allow you to connect to this server. Interesting. Let's take a look how this firewall looked like. Now let's go to database and open this database. So every SQL database in the cloud has this, the SQL Server has the firewall database as well, by the way. So if I click firewall, I can find here very interesting configuration, which is very, very typical. This firewall has this option enabled. It says allow Azure services and the resources to access this server. What does it mean? Many people think that it means that their Azure virtual machines, their Azure services may access this database. But in fact, it is not really true. This option means that any Azure IP address will be able to access this SQL server. So, from any customer subscription, from any continent, from any country in the world, you will be able to access your SQL server. Firewall will not filter that, at least, if you have this option enabled. So quite often, the IT professionals in companies, security professionals, they don't really understand the impact of this option. So if I have this option enabled, then any virtual machine in Azure with Azure IP address may have access to my SQL. Let me disable this. And let's try to allow only private access, so there is no public access at all. Now, my SQL is protected better. Now I have credentials, but access allowed only from internal network, so I cannot access from anywhere. Is it possible to get into database? Yeah, if we compromise the application itself, and so from application we can get access to SQL database. Let's try to do it. Let me go back to my portal, and I'm gonna open application. So if I just go to application configuration, you may find here networking. If I click configure networking, it says, hey, you must have a standard tier if you want to work with networking. So let me upgrade my application to S1. And so now I can connect my application to network. Let me do it real quick. So I'm gonna say add VNet, and I want to connect my application to virtual network. Click OK. And so that will take some time before this application will be able to connect. So as you can see here, it's already it says connected, but in reality, what I can do, I can really quickly restart this application to speed things up. So now, if I compromise this application, I should be able to get into database. The quite common question, wait a second, but how to compromise application? Especially if you look at if you look here, there's a WAF application firewall will not allow me to just simply get into application. Yes, but I just want to remind you, really remind you that we have for web application the same default configuration. FTP is allowed. If I click configuration and go to general settings, I may find here FTP is allowed by default. So quite often companies, they do not disable this FTP, and in the same manner I can get into this application as before. Let me try to do it. So let me close this and this. Now if I just try the same, let me find FTP URL of the application. Copy this. And credentials as well. And so let me type credentials as well. So as you can see here, this application is nothing more than just a PHP page, and let's first explore this application. We'll just check that the application is working. Let me open the application itself. Let's click here. I can see the application is here and the application is working. So let me just take a look. If I say I'm a user, let's call myself Michael, let's say my email is msmith, whatever it may be, whatever.com, and let's say submit. This is working, so it's working with database. The application is working. Now let me jump back to my FileZilla. And now what I can do, if I know that this application is PHP, what I can do, I can upload my shell. And you know that PHP and ASP as well, by the way, they are executed on the server side. So the PHP will be executed on the server side, not on the client side. So if I can upload my own PHP code, I can execute something on server. Let me just run my shell and look at this. So now I have access to this workstation or the server through web shell. Web shell not super interactive, so let me establish the better shell. So on my web shell, I want to fix the shell. I want to make shell better, and so now I have a shell. All right. So what I found here that my username is just a regular user, not the web server user. Usually a low privilege user, so I will not be able to do whatever I want on this server. My goal is to connect to SQL database. But the problem is that a regular server doesn't have tools to connect to SQL Server. I need some sort of management studio for Linux. It's Linux, of course, not Visual Studio. It's not management studio. It will be like a SQL CLI. But to install that, I must be an admin. I must have sudo permissions or root permissions. I don't have it. So what I can do here, I can use some third-party tools, and the tool that you may try called uSQL. This tool will work without installation. And so using uSQL, I will try to connect to SQL database. I'm gonna say connect using uSQL, and it looks like I was connected. Let's try to list tables. And look at this, I can see 2 tables there. So let's try to list the content. And look at this, so my John Doe and my Michael user are there. So now I have access to SQL database. So I hope all of this was informative and you get an idea how those things. All right, so we reached the end of the session. I hope that was useful and interesting and you found some ideas how you can test your applications better. If you want to contact me, I will be happy to do it, and I will be happy to answer your question as well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, and thank you for being here, so to speak. My name is Andy, and it's a great honor to be speaking at BSides this year. I would like to thank the organizers for their amazing work, and I hope everyone is staying safe and sound during these hard times we are facing. Now, a little bit about myself. My name is Andy Anastasi. I am a threat labs engineer at Encode. As we
No, and well, things like that happen, especially when we're live, if we're all remotely, if we need to do things in a way differently. But it is great to have you with us, even at this stage, even in a bit of a rush. Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. I think quite a few people are happy we're happy to see it. There's a question in the audience, and that is whether people could have your full presentation uploaded, or if you could send it to us and then we can share it. Because there were two examples that were skipped from the presentation, and from what I understand, people wanted to follow up on these.
Yeah, sure. So I decided not to provide the full links because I'm not sure, well, because it's other events, and do you really want to see any pre-recorded things from other sources? If it's not a problem, yeah, sure, I can give a link to the full presentation, not any issues.
Perfect. I think it's going to be educational. So in a way that people can follow it up offline or at their own time and see or understand more things, gain a better understanding of how things work, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I even have this section on other BSides, so I can give link to some other BSides from other countries.
Yes, of course. Yes, why not? We are a big community and we like sharing things, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. What do you feel is the main need in this area at the moment when we're talking about Azure or when we're talking about cloud services in general? What do you think is a big need in the field in terms of security and in terms of proactiveness that organizations may need to consider?
I would say it's usual. That's the usual problem, and now we getting better and better each year. But you should keep in mind, we all know that we start to work with cloud 8 years ago, 7 years, 5 years ago, and so before this, we worked with on-premises for tens of years. We worked with Active Directory for 20 years, and the cloud, it's comparatively new experience for all of us. And even pen testers, for example, they know how to scan the network with Nmap. They know how to run past the hash attacks and so on. But cloud is something comparatively new for many, and so for defenders and for those who are on offensive part. And so we just need to have more experience, and that's reasonable. So we need to work more with that. And the second one, on the problems of the cloud, so many things are there, and they are not static. Because when you, for example, learn Active Directory, for many years, your knowledge will be relevant. In the cloud, things are rapidly changing. So each few months, you have new features, or old features may be transformed or deprecated. And so it's dynamic. And we must also keep an eye, we always must keep an eye what's going on with those cloud environments. So that's one of the problems and current issues with security. So we don't really know what is available now. So that's why, by the way, Microsoft and other providers, by the way, they have some service like Security Center that gives you a secure score, recommendations. What should you configure better? So cloud providers, they try to make it better, but once again, there's still a problem with so many features that are not static and they are constantly changing.
That is Great, thank you very much. Thank you for trying to explain things in such a way that it can be easy for everyone to understand and get the perspective, because I think that is an important aspect as well. We often talk about technical areas or technical matters in a way that only technical people can understand and only technical people can follow, but it is equally important for everyone to be able to follow up the concepts and be able to follow up the need behind this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you for joining us at the last minute too and making the effort. It's been lovely to have you with us, and hopefully we'll be able to meet in person in the near future and have an in-person event. Like everyone, each one of us.
I can see when some people here said that they were in my workshop when I was in Athens in person. Someday I will get back.
Hopefully. Thank you very much. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, we'll continue my work, and I will send a message to Discord with the link to the full version of conference. I mean, the conference of this session.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye. We will now continue with the next talk from Andy Anastasi.
Hello everyone, and thank you for being here, so to speak. My name is Andy, and it's a great honor to be speaking at BSides this year. I would like to thank the organizers for their amazing work, and I hope everyone is staying safe and sound during these hard times we are facing. Now, a little bit about myself. My name is Andy Anastasi. I am a third labs engineer at Encode. As we like to say, we like to pentest all things, the code, but what I especially love is web and iOS penetration testing. The things I'm about to present today, of course, are not my work solely. We have a great team at Encode, and the two colleagues that work with me in this is Manus and Alex. So what I'm about to present today is, as we said, a tale from our crypt. We are about to present something similar to what we saw. So it's not the same application, but we have mimicked a behavior into a demo iOS application. We have changed a lot of things, of course, in order to, for confidentiality reasons. But the meaning of the story and the process we are about to follow is the same and should work if you face something similar. So, you start on a mobile application penetration test. You have set up your device, you have configured your proxy settings, you have trusted the certificates, and now you are ready to see the traffic in your proxy. Sometimes you're lucky. This is something that might seem scary or funny to you, but it's something that we have actually seen in the past during one of our projects. This is not the case, however, otherwise this would be a short presentation. Sometimes you're simply okay, you see what you expect to see, and you move on with the testing, and sometimes maybe it's not your day. So, when you see this, you get scary, and we start the questions. Starting with the what. What are these parameters we saw? And fortunately, we have friends that can assist us. We'll be showing how you can see what the application is doing and how you can interfere with it by using Hopper disassembler and Frida. Of course, you can use any other disassembler you like, but I prefer this one, and this is how the example is gonna go from now. So, time for a short demo. So we have our device ready, and we just need to install the application and fire it up. Once we start the application, we normally see the traffic that's generated by the app. In this case, we see that the first request, it's this interesting string, and after login and clicking on one order, we see the traffic that we saw earlier. This is quite interesting since it appears that we cannot modify a request without getting an error in turn, invalid signature. So, starting the questions. What are its parameters here? We have a session, a signature, an encrypted ID, and a datetime. Most of the time, parameters might be self-explanatory, other times not. But from here we can understand that the session is of course the session ID, the signature is what appears to be missing from us and we cannot send a valid request. The encrypted ID must be the order ID in an encrypted form, and the datetime is just a timestamp of when the request was generated. Now, in order to find what the signature is, we're going to use Hopper. So we start up with Hopper, and of course we want to load the binary of the application into it. And this is the part which is the most time consuming. This is where our most efforts focus in order to find where to look at exactly. So let's start by finding what the signature is. And we see here an interesting function named generate signature. And what this does is takes two parameters as input and generates a SHA-256 hash. And our parameter indeed does look like a SHA-256 hash, but of what exactly? Unfortunately, using Hopper might not be that easy to identify what exactly this is, so we will use Frida in order to identify exactly the input of this function. And we can use Frida trace by giving it the application name, and then with the -i we instruct it to find any function that contains the generate underscore signature string. I want to see if Frida finds this kind of function, and indeed it does. And as we see, when we click on an order, the function is generated. So we want to see exactly what goes in before it gets hashed. So we can actually edit the file, and since we want to see the input parameters, we will try and log the first parameter entered into the function. Using this, we will log the args1 by converting it in an Objective-C object and then into a string. If I use trace again and click on an order, we will see that this is what actually goes into the function before it is generated into a hash. And these parameters might look familiar. If you go to the latest request and see that this here is our session. And this value here is encrypted ID. This value here, as you guessed, is the datetime, and then we can see that we have another interesting value here. And if we look for it, you see that we have seen this value before. And it's the value that is returned after the login, named salt. So, we have now an idea of what this is. The hash is the concatenated value of the session, the encrypted ID, the datetime, plus the hash. And if we need to verify it, we can simply copy this. Minus say 256, and this will generate a SHA-256, and guess what? It's the same. So we now know what the signature is, but we're still missing another piece of the puzzle, that of the encrypted ID. So the encrypted ID value, we'll use Hopper again and see if we can find another function. And we can see here that a function called encrypt order ID is used. So, again, in the same way, we'll try and find out what exactly this function does. As you can see here, it uses Swift RSA, so it's pretty safe to assume that it does encrypt the string. And if you remember previously, we do have something here that looks pretty much like a public key. So let's try to find the encrypted ID. Again, we can use Frida, and this time we'll look for another function, encrypt order. And let's see if this triggers up. Of course, it's time we click on an order. This function is called. Again, we want to see exactly the input of this function in order to better identify what it does and how it works. And we can edit this file. And if we monitor the function in Hopper, we'll see that it takes 3 arguments. So we want to log the second and the third one. If we go back, let's say click on 5, we see that we have an integer here and a public key. If we click on order 3, you can see the integer is 3 and the public key is the same. So it's pretty safe to assume that this function takes as an input the order ID and encrypts it with this public key, which was provided by the server, so the server must have the private key in order to decrypt this. So, back to the presentation. So, after the demo, we now know the what. So we know that the signature parameter is a SHA-256 hash of the session, the encrypted ID, the datetime, and the salt value. And the encrypted ID is an RSA, is an encrypted integer with a public RSA key. So we continue with the questions, and now with the how. So how can we recreate these values? The application does, and in order to fully test the backend, we need to create them as well. We can use custom scripts, for example, Python or whichever language we like. But the thing is that this might get a little bit tiring. We can generate the strings, copy them from the terminal, paste them in burp, and go on like this. It will work, but there's definitely faster ways. Another way, we can use Frida trace, and in a similar way that we traced these values, we can also replace them. Since Frida allows us to use JavaScript, so we can easily write some JavaScript code and replace, for example, the integer value of 1 with something other that we prefer. But again, this is not the best time efficient solution. and we can use some more help. This time we can use the burp plugin named Python Scripter. You can find the source code in the link below, and a short description of what a Python Scripter does is it allows us to execute custom Python scripts on HTTP packets. It goes both in requests and responses. So when we send an HTTP request via burp, then this goes into the Python scripter. Our script makes any modification in the HTTP packet that we like, and then after done, it can send it to the server. Of course, this goes both ways, so we can take an HTTP response from a server, use a Python script in order to modify any value we like, and then this shows up to burp modified. We will see exactly how Python Scripter will help us in the following demo. So, we first go, of course, to install the Python Scripter. You can find it in the burp App Store. And once installed, we will see another tab in the script. This is where our custom Python code will go. A simple way to see how Python script works is to use a simple Python script. This is a bare, a minimum Python script, which all it does is takes the body of the request and prints it. So, by sending this request again, going into our extensions and their output, we will see that Python Scripter has logged our entire body. Now, of course, what we want to do is a little bit more complex. What we want each time to do is have the session, the encrypted ID, and the datetime concatenated with the salt and generate a new signature and replace that new signature with the current one. And here's an example script that will do that. Once we load the body, we check that if the signature string is inside, we take the JSON parameter, we set it to empty, we use a salt, which we'll have to get each time we log in, and the message sign would be the session, the encrypted ID, the datetime, plus the salt. So all we need to do is use the current salt that our session has, and we can find this by going, of course, at the login. By pasting this in the scripter, you can see if we remove the signature, and we see that indeed we have a response back. And to make sure, what we tried before, for example, changing one simple value, which returned a signature error, now does indeed come back. So this allows us now to tamper with all the parameters and have a valid signature generated each time. And now we have to see what we can do with the encrypted ID. So the process will be, again, of course, similar. We know what we have to encrypt. We know how to encrypt it. We just need to place it in a more readable way here, which can help us in our testing. So, in order to encrypt the ID, we will use a similar script. What our script will do is actually call an external script. And this is because the Python in burp doesn't allow us to call specific functions. our encryptor script looks like this. And since our Python does not have the crypto library, we'll have to use an external script like this using the public key and encrypt its first argument and printing that. Our Python script will run this external script, the path, the file, and provide it with the encrypt ID. And then it will get the encrypt ID and replace it in the request. You can see if this works by using the script. And we have already the blank signature, and we will try to replace the encrypted ID with the actual integer. We had order ID 3, so let's try 3 here. And as you can see, we have back the order. If we try 5, we'll take order 5. So what happens here is, with our script, we have a blank signature and an integer here. And what happens is, we call via Python scripter an external script, get the encrypted ID, replace it here, even though we cannot see it, and then go and generate a new signature for each new encrypted ID. And since Burp is doing all the hard work here, we can try one more thing and see if our life will be easier. And use this request instead of 5. Why not use SQL map here? And see if it does identify an SQL injection. And as you can see in our result, SQL map did indeed find an SQL injection. Of course, you can play with other parameters of SQL map, but since Burp is doing all the hard work, we can easily use other tools and make our life even more easier. So, this was the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and for viewing this. I'm sure that it might have seemed a little bit fast, but thankfully this is a video, so you can probably go back and forth and look at the points you want to revisit. Of course, if you have any questions, please address them and I'll be happy to answer them. Once again, thank you for your time, and everyone take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Leo, and today we're going to talk about wind vision, or how an attacker could chain a series of bugs to take over your account. This talk is split in 4 rough sections. We'll start with a few introductions, then we'll take a deep dive into the vulnerabilities, then we'll go over the disclosure process, and finally we'll close with a few tips for both developers and security researchers. A few words about myself. My name is Leonidas Tsaousis, and I work at FSU Consulting, which you might remember as MWR Info Security. I have a bit over 5 years of experience in the industry, earning a couple of certifications along the way. Most of this time I've been a mobile security enthusiast, but lately turned it to NetSec, Active Directory, and Red Teaming stuff. This is actually my first ever talk as a presenter. I would normally include my hobbies here as well, but the pandemic changed over. For those who aren't familiar with the name, Wind is the second largest telecommunication provider in Greece, and Wind Vision is a digital television service allowing for live and on-demand streaming of sports, Greek TV channels, movies, series, and so on. It comes with a dedicated set-top box running Android TV, or you can just download the mobile application available for Android and iOS devices, log in, and watch TV on the go from your smartphone. It's also worth introducing Zapware. Zapware is an IPTV infrastructure vendor, and their solutions are used by telecommunication providers of multiple countries around the world. The findings we'll talk about actually affect Zapware's solution called Next4, as this is what WindVision is using behind the scenes, something that was observed during this research. Right, so let's jump into the technical analysis. I'll try not to focus a lot on the details, as it's all out there to read through at your own pace. Okay, so before going forward, it's worth taking a glimpse of the future to see how it all looks like from a high level before we get deep into the tech talk. So here's what the final attack chain looks like. Don't worry if it's too complicated for now. The gist of it is that a malicious application could exploit certain vulnerabilities in the WindVision application and chain them to steal the user's session in what is known as an account takeover attack. But let's get back to the beginning. Let's see where it all started from and how we got to that. So this is literally the first screen you see when you launch the Android application. It all starts from this transition. So in order to log in, you're navigated from the app to a web view powered by Chrome, as can be seen by the URL bar, then back into the native app. This last step is tricky though, as you need to declare a URL scheme to pass any tokens retrieved in the browser back to the app. This is called linking, and it's a typical form of Android inter-process communication, or IPC, and it's implemented using an intent filter specifying a data element. An example URL, which the app can then handle, is the following, which carries the code parameter value, as we can see. However, this is not the most secure way to do this, as this deep linking method, evident from the bare intent filter, which does not perform any further verification, presents a problem, and has thus been replaced with a slightly different scheme termed applinks. Why are applinks better than deep links, you might ask? So, when multiple apps declare the same URL scheme, such as https://www.youtube.com, through deep links, the user will be prompted with a dialog box to select the handler application. A wrong click there could lead to the wrong app receiving sensitive data that was intended for the legitimate application. This is known as URL hijacking, and the malicious application could not only declare arbitrary schemes to hijack sensitive URLs, but also trick users into setting it as their preferred handler, disabling all future prompts. The solution? The developer could instead use an uplink by specifying an additional element in the intent filter that will tell the system, hey, these are my URLs, and I can prove it by hosting an asset link, a JSON file essentially, on that domain, which then skips the handler altogether and opens the intended app. No questions asked. And this is what this JSON file would look like. Essentially, it's just a list of applications that can register this URL. This file is checked by the system at install time. Okay, so that's indeed an issue, but only a misconfiguration so far. As we'll see, this is a pivotal one though, for the overall attack, as it will allow us to cross the application boundary. For now though, we can only just make a note and move on with the checklist. The next question to ask is, where did that code come from? To answer that, we need to dig deeper into the authentication flow. And to that, we just follow standard MobSec methodology. That means we root the device using a disk, we proxy traffic using burp, unpin the TLS certificate using FreeDA, and then we looked at the last HTTP request capture after the authentication. So one trick I typically use to figure out what credential an application needs is to start from the end. Look at an actual authenticated API request, progressively strip parameters and headers, repeating it to the server until it starts complaining to figure out what the absolute minimum requirements are, and then look back at the HTTP history, trying to see where each of these required values were obtained and how. In our case, all that was needed is these two headers, the credential or key passed in the authorization header and the device ID. Let's start with this authorization key. And let's look at the overall authentication flow. As we said before, when the app starts, it spawns a web view, which immediately reaches the /authorize endpoint of an identity provider server and gets a redirect to the login page. The user is then prompted for the WinVision credentials, a username and a password, which the web view posts to the login form and gets another redirect back to a URL which the app has registered for, allowing for this code parameter to be passed back to the native code. Now back in the app, the code is exchanged for a token, which the IDP sends back in this third step. To make one final step in the authentication process, this time exchanging the token to an AWS server for a key, which is then attached to all API requests through the authorization header, indicating an authenticated session. So here's an example API request. The key, along with the device ID header, which is probably a hardware identifier, is sent to Win's GraphQL API server. And that fetches user data, such as the user's favorite channel, etc. So this is it. This is what a normal authentication flow would look like, end to end. But if you remember, in the third step, where the code is passed between the app and the web view, we found that the URL hijack is possible, in which a malicious application could steal this code from the WinVision app and exchange it for a rogue token and then a rogue session key, which can be used to reach the GraphQL APIs and get all user data. Why is that even possible? Is it a vulnerability in the authentication protocol? And what is this protocol we've just seen anyway? After doing some research, this turned out to be an OpenID Connect flow, in short OIDC, with an authorization code grant. So OIDC is related to OAuth 2, and it has had its fair share of troubles in the past. As Mozilla explains, OIDC abuses OAuth 2 to perform authentication, as OAuth 2 in itself is an authorization protocol. And while this is not necessarily a problem, if used in the wrong circumstances, it can lead to vulnerabilities. And this is a very common mistake, with such vulnerabilities reported all the way back to 2012. This is why a security extension to the protocol was eventually standardized, called PKCE, or PKCE, to mitigate the threat of authorization code interception. And this is a threat prevalent to mobile apps, such as WinVision, where the authenticity of the initiating client cannot be guaranteed. To do so, PKCE describes the creation of two additional parameters, a state and a verification token, which work as a CSRF token of sorts. It's initially sent to the IDP server as part of the authorization request, then resent at the later stage when requesting a token. And this essentially allows the IDP to check if both requests came from the same client and that no codes have been intercepted. So back to our case. Since there's no PKCE implemented, a bad app can hijack a code, exchange it for a rogue token, and even get a rogue key. Can we use that key to appear authenticated to the API server, thus achieving a full takeover? The answer is no, as we still have this device ID header which the server needs, so we're stuck. There's still a missing piece. To find out what this is, we once again went back into traffic analysis, and eventually figured out that the GraphQL server only accepted requests with a valid device ID header, that is, one that has been previously uploaded after a registration process. So we, as a malicious application, can therefore either create and register our own new device ID using our rogue session key, simulating the registration of a new device, which could unfortunately replace an existing device, as Win only allows up to 4 smartphones to be registered for streaming, something the user would probably notice. Or we could just guess an existing, previously registered device ID and use that in our rogue requests. So after decompiling the application and examining the relevant code, this is how the responsible function looked like. And this is how it actually looks like in a form that makes a bit more sense. We can see that it all boils down to a media DRM object instantiation, which only accepts a constant UUID value. And then the getPropertyArray method of this object is called, which is again also passed constant value. So as we can see, there's no real uniqueness, there's no randomness involved. This is a function we can just copy into a bad application, execute on the same device as the WindVision app, and always get the same value, which means we can essentially regenerate the device ID for the victim's device on demand. Okay, so it looks like we've got all the bugs we need, so let's take a step back and see how we can put it all together. First, we'll hijack the URL and steal the authorization code. Then we'll abuse the insecure OAuth2 flow chosen to get a rogue API token. We'll reproduce the device ID for our victim device to attach in all subsequent API requests. And finally, just demonstrate our account takeover chain with a scary toast notification showing some personal data or whatever. So we need such an example API request for demonstration purposes, one that fetches something small, not too sensitive, but still personal, to make a good POC, a good proof of concept. This means we're back into burp. So while looking in the burp log for a juicy API request to perform for demonstration purposes, we see this one. This was literally the first one after authenticating. Can you see anything funny? So at this point, I was wondering what this master pin code was. But if you remember from the previous slide, WindVision has this maximum number of devices restriction, and the user should be able to change these 4 active ones from somewhere within the app, right? That was indeed the case. The user can manage the devices from the application settings, choosing devices/accounts, type there this master pin code, and then go to device management, where they could just remove, rename, etc. the active devices. So while not necessary for the account takeover chain, as I ended up using the names of the registered devices for the demonstration, this handling of the master pin code is bad practice and doesn't really offer any sort of security to the solution. In any case, time to write this bad boy. So this is what the project looked like of the malicious application we coded. On the left, we can see the URL hijacking functionality using the intent filter to declare the same URL scheme as WindVision and steal the code. In the bottom right segment, we can see the functions that executed the API requests needed to go from a code to a token, and the actual function that reproduces the device ID. And in the top right, we can see some covertness to essentially call the real application WindVision in case anything goes wrong, which is how real malware would behave. The code for this proof of concept malicious application can be found online on F-Secure's GitHub repositories to play around with. The app is now patched, and the update enforcement mechanism in place might stop you from using an older version, but you might be able to bypass that. So we found the vulnerabilities, demonstrated how they can be exploited, coded an example malware application and all, but how possible actually is all that? One could argue that this isn't realistic, as they would have to have a targeted malicious application installed on their device, which should have survived Play Store's defenses in first place, and that they would never fall for that wrong choice in the handler if prompted. To answer the first question, we should keep in mind that we, as users, are very unlikely to scrutinize all the features of each application we install. And even if we would, we've seen reputable apps turn to bad ones, whether intentionally or through a security breach, so there's realistically no way to be 100% sure. As for the second condition, there are hundreds of cases in the news every year of malicious apps spotted and removed from Play Store, despite the security team's efforts and all the robust defenses in place, purely due to the volume of apps. Play Store was actually recently found to be the main distribution vector for malware. So, all in all, relying solely on Play Store wouldn't prevent this attack. But what about our own defenses? This is what the POC application looked like on the handler, and as we can see, the attacker has control over the icon, the title, the subtitle, making it very easy to match the victim up. If you're wondering which is the correct option, I could give you a spoiler and tell you it's the loud one. It should now be more obvious why app links were invented, and that is to keep users safe, free of such dilemmas. Actually, just to give you an example of how this performs in real life, Every time I found an issue like this in a client engagement, I make a similar POC malware app for demonstration, and I go around the office and try it with colleagues to see which one they would pick. And it turns out 90% of the times they pick the wrong option, and these are experienced security consultants. Okay, so let's now describe the disclosure process and what came with it. So I put my white hat on, made a formal report describing all the issues that I found, a full POC video, provided detailed remedial actions, and sent all that to both Zapware and Wind. And then I waited. And waited some more. As is the case with these situations, it eventually took almost 5 months to go from initial contact to a patched application being released. I was mostly interfacing with Zapware, and throughout this correspondence, I eventually found out that the vulnerabilities only affected WinVision and not all Next 4 implementations, as I initially thought, although I had gone through screenshots of the respective IPTV solutions for all the other telcos to confirm some sort of WebView-based login was used, but that was not the case. I was also curious to see how many of the issues disclosed were actually fixed after all this time. I'm going to leave this as an exercise for the reader to find out. Spoiler, not many. And the release notes were also rather low profile. That's a question I was asked a lot. The answer is no. I was not sued by either Wind nor Zapware. They were actually very respectful and professional, so no drama. It's worth mentioning though that I was prepared, as everyone should be, when digging into commercial products. I kept a copy of the terms and conditions of the app before submitting my report. It didn't mention anything about reverse engineering, and I didn't actually exploit any accounts, so no foul play, but better safe than sorry. Also, apparently I got my 50 seconds of fame, as there was at least one news page that caught wind of it. Fun fact, I only found this when making the presentation. Which leads us to the final section of this talk. So before closing off, I'd like to summarize with a few quick tips for mobile developers among the audience. First, OAuth is hard, and so are all of its variations, which means that implementation bugs will always exist. Just make sure to pick the best method for the occasion and implement the protocol according to the standard. Do pay attention to your IPC endpoints. This is where the code crosses the app boundary. Do make a use of HTTPS if using a custom URL scheme, like WinVision did, so that you could leverage secure app links that keep the users safe and free of confusing prompts. When generating IDs, employ some randomness so that no one can recalculate them. And finally, keep application-level authentication credentials local if possible, such as PIN codes. Don't send them to the server, don't get them from the server, and use secure APIs like the Android key store to store and check them locally. For researchers watching this, I'd like to encourage you to give it a shot. Do tinker with the apps you use every day. You might find interesting stuff. If you do find something, don't stop there. Cover as much of the attack surface as you can, looking at the whole picture, which could allow you to combine findings of low significance to come up with something of greater effect. And finally, I'd like to thank a few F-Secure fellows for their contributions. First of all, Oli, who took the unattractive role of reviewing my initial blog post, which initially was very bad. It is, I think, a bit more okay now, and that's thanks to him. Rian, for really helping me go public with the research, and just constantly telling people about this afterwards so that I didn't have to. James and Robert for a few valuable tips on the CFP submission. Ken from the US office, he knows why. And finally, my father, who provided the actual WinVision account that I used for testing, the IDs and tokens of which you saw on all slides. And by the way, these all still work months after the requests were initially captured, so I had to redact them all. And this is it. Just in time, thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Okay, I think we are live. We're very glad that we have Leonidas here, live. The pleasure is mine. We have the 300, unfortunately. So you are the only one. But this stage is just for you, young guys. So we have a few questions for you. Why did you choose this box?
So the answer is in the slides. It's actually one of the last slides, and it's pretty simple. It's the one we were paying for. It's something we already had. We already had Cosmos TV as well, which I've also taken a look, but looks a bit more secure. So no shows for that. No talks for that.
Okay, so are you planning to give a try to another TV box or?
Interesting. Let's just say that I'm planning to focus on a different one if they give me a subscription. I guess it's a fair deal.
Okay. So, and what will be your area of research, or you will stay on that?
Right. Yeah, I'm currently switching areas of interest, and I guess next thing would be something around Active Directory and all the purple team, red team stuff. We have a lot of very cool frameworks we use in F-Secure, and maybe a good path would be to contribute on these ones, and yeah, just focus on these areas.
That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your time, for your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support for being live. Okay, so we'll go to our next talk. Stay tuned. We also have our Discord channel, so stay and send questions there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, BSides. My name is James, and I'm here to talk to you today about purple teaming, particularly with a tool called Preload Operator and also Elastic Security. I do work for Elastic myself, so I'm a product marketing manager at Elastic, focusing on our security products. But this talk is going to be very BSides and community friendly, and it's always a pleasure to be able to talk at these events. We don't have too much time, so I am going to dive right in. And I'd like to start off just by introducing the concept of purple teaming for those of you who might not be too aware about what that is. So it's not a new concept, right? Purple teaming has been around for a while, but it has gained a bit more traction in the past couple of months or even year or so, I would say. And the whole point is closer collaboration between a red team and a blue team. A lot of people know what a red team is, so people trying to exploit their own organization, whether that's a pen test, whether that's running adversary emulations via any tool they prefer. And then we have the blue team side of the house, which is typically trying to detect all of this behavior. Purple teaming brings those two teams together in a very close collaboration exercise. Rather than having the red team do their thing and the blue team do their thing, it's all about the red team trying things and helping the blue team understand what they might have not detected and how they can help detect, and vice versa. So if the blue team detects something and the red team wasn't expecting their emulations to be detected in that way, they provide that feedback loop, and they also provide an end-to-end performance of that exercise back to the business or to whoever the stakeholders are. So it's just really close-knit collaboration between the two teams, rather than, there's this a lot of times we hear like the red team saying, "Oh, we're the best. We defeated the blue team entirely." This takes that approach and throws it out the window. It's all about really close-knit collaboration between the two, because at the end of the day, their goal is the same: to help protect their organization better. So that's the concept of purple teaming, really. Obviously, the name purple is derived from blue and red, which makes absolute sense. What are we going to look at today? So there are a whole host of tools that you can use for, particularly for adversary emulation. So, common ones like Caldera, Atomic Red Team Automation, Infection Monkey. There's way more Attack IQ. So there's so many to mention. There's even tools focused on reporting purple teaming metrics like Vector. And also from the blue team side, and then there's all your traditional SIM technologies or security analytics, and obviously Elastic Security as a product, or as a platform, I should say, covers that side of the purple team really well. So the blue team detection, reporting, and even data collection side. We're going to see I'll be using Elastic Agent. Prelude operator, it's fairly new in the space as a tool for adversary emulation, but they have some really interesting features available, which I really like. So that's why I'll be talking about it today. And with that being said, I'm just going to dive right in because we don't really have that much time. So let me go right into a demo, and I'll start off by talking about Prelude, the Prelude operator, I should say. So Prelude is the company, operator is the product. And I am running Prelude operator on just a standard Windows machine. Prelude operator, I keep saying Prelude, I should be saying operator. Operator itself is totally cross-platform, so you can run it on whatever operating system you want. In fact, you can see I have it here on my Mac as well, if you can see down below on my screen. I'm just going to be running it on Windows just for the sake of this demo. There's a bunch of features I'd like to call out first. So the whole concept with an operator is you deploy adversaries. You can either schedule them to run or you can run them manually. And they provide a lot of TTP, so tactics, techniques, and procedures that you can just start to immediately use. And you can see this via their editor plugin. Hopefully this is coming across on the screen. But you can see here there's a lot of tactics you can choose from. Some of them are tagged by particular adversaries or particular situations and outcomes, or maybe even things like recent vulnerabilities that you've seen, like Hafnium. And then you click on the tag and you can see the actual TTP and exactly what it would run. And you're free to edit these as well. That's why we're in the editor here. So a lot of flexibility. Everything is explained really well, which is one of the things I really like about it. And they tell you what, if any sort of MITRE tactics and techniques they cover, if it's deployed to any adversaries already. So all of this is really well explained. So there's a ton of these that they provide. However, there's a few other tools which are really cool. So I don't reinvent the wheel here, so we will be talking about existing tools. Like I already mentioned, Atomic Red Team from Red Canary. They provide a ton of TTPs, which are very popular. And what Prelude have allowed you to do with an operator is you can leverage those if you want, or even leverage any, for example, existing Caldera plugins. Even though they have their own TTPs, you can use whatever you're more comfortable with. And for the sake of this demo, I actually did that. I loaded up, you can see they have import Atomic Red Team attack files. I've done that. And if I go back to the editor, you can see that I have a whole section where I've just very simply imported all the Atomic Red Team files. And you can see here, very easy. If I wanted to change them, even though I imported them from Atomic Red Team, I can just do that here. So now, instead of me having to run these Atomic Red Team TTPs manually or have them stored separately apart from my other tools, I've just put everything into one, which is really nice. And again, really easy to run, as we're going to see, easy to edit, easy to modify, and to deploy to any adversary. So that's one thing I wanted to highlight with an operator, that you can really use any sort of TTPs you're comfortable with. Another thing they provide is, which is really nice, is the ability to load up any tools that you like using. So if you have a project within GitHub which you track, again, Atomic Red Team might be one of them, but maybe Caldera or anything else, or any other community-based tool that you really like and you want to keep track of its sort of any updates and stuff, you can add those right here as well. So you can see, for example, Atomic Red Team, I'm synchronized with the GitHub repository within this toolbox, and I can see all the latest and greatest from that repo without having to stay going to GitHub. One of the things, obviously, at Elastic that we provide from the blue team side of the house is a lot of detection rules. So we have over, I think it's 550 detection rules, which are all public in a GitHub repository for anyone to use and contribute to. And I have that hooked up right here as well. So you can do stuff like that. So the concept of integrating tools that you might be already using is really handy. Another thing is, you might already have an existing blue team infrastructure. So you might have a SIM, you might have a security analytics tool, you might have something like Elastic. So what Preload have provided through Operator as well is the ability to deploy attack ranges on even something they call their cloud redirector. So I'm running Operator locally on a machine, but as we all know, in an enterprise, that's not going to be the case. So what you can do is you can set up sort of like a cloud redirector and have remote agents report into that redirector. and you can have everything managed through there. It's really, really nice and really easy to set up. But you can also set up here an elastic range if you wanted to. And they're already utilizing some of our latest features like fleet, so centralized management. So you literally just put in your fleet URL and the fleet token, and it will not only deploy an agent, a fleet agent, I should say an elastic agent on that host, but it will also drop an operator agent. So you're with one click, you're basically deploying data collection, and you're going to have the agent that's going to doing the adversary emulation on that machine as well in one click. It's not just Elastic that they do this for, so there is you can set up a similar thing with Splunk and a few others as well. Then they even have things like integration with Azure and stuff. So there's a really, really rich set of features within Operator, which is one of the reasons why I like it, because it just makes things really easy for teams. So let's run an emulation exercise. So I'm going to go into Operate, and I have my host here. And you can see I can just immediately deploy an adversary. I can create an adversary on the fly. And remember, an adversary is basically a collection of TTPs. I created one for BSides. I've already deployed it, but we can deploy it again. So I'm just going to deploy it. And you can see it immediately starts running on my host. If I was using the cloud redirector or I had another host, I just simply pick the range of machines that I want to run it on, and I would have deployed that adversary on that machine. And you get, as it's running, you get sort of like many other tools, you get an immediate feedback loop. So this is just running one of those TTPs, which requires 7-zip. And it's all happening in the background, and you can see everything that's going on. So if something failed, you can see why. For example, this is trying to query domain computers. This machine is not part of a domain, so that's very well explained. And every single TTP is also really well explained. Excellent. So that adversary has ran. So from the red team side, they're doing their job. What about the blue team side? Where does Elastic Security fit in? And this fits in many ways. So remember, the whole concept is we're running an exercise with our red team, and the blue team needs to determine, hey, did we detect everything the red team ran? If not, how come? Do we have missing detection rules? Are we not collecting a certain data set that we need to be able to detect this? Did something fail? Did they deploy a new technique? And that's what we're going to start doing inside of Elastic. So this adversary has ran or is still running. And at any time you can clear any pending procedures or pending TTPs that need to be run. But let's dive into the Elastic side now. So I'm just going to put this machine aside, and we'll start off in Kibana. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Elastic, Kibana is our user interface. We have a dedicated security solution, which is what I'm in here, and everything you're seeing comes out of the box. I have not done anything custom about what you're seeing right now, and it's all part of the free version. So none of what you're going to see is a paid feature. So you can start running this immediately today without ever having to pay a cent. So we start off. Particularly from a blue team, you typically start off within your detections view, right? So what have we detected as part of this running exercise? And you can see here within the detections page, I have some detections that fired from earlier today. Some will fire again as the new emulation ran. But you can see here within the detections view, I can clearly see already what's starting to happen. So I had rules like encoding or decoding files via certutil, and I can clearly see that it was running out of operator. But what's nice about it is, even without the red team telling me, I know what was run because of the way we collect data. All of this data, by the way, so on this machine, if I just bring it back, we do have Elastic Agent running with endpoint security. So we have an endpoint security integration for our agent, which is basically doing all the really rich data collection. It also has malware detection and prevention running on it, which is also part of what you get included for free. So you will see, for example, some malware alerts trigger because of some of the payloads that Operator uses, or even Atomic Red Team have some malicious payloads as well. So we pick those up anyway. So you can see this is one of them here, malware detection alert, Atomic Red Team. This particular executable is determined to be malware. But you can see how easy it is to understand. So what I like to do in this case, because there's quite a few alerts coming in when we started running this exercise. Now, from a blue team perspective, we have to try and determine, number one, is everything part of this exercise? So there's an easy way to filter those out when you use a specific tool. But number two, did we detect everything, or are we just looking at, or is some of it coming in as data without detections? And a really easy way to start looking at that is by, we can apply a filter, and we can also look at that in what we call our timeline. In fact, I have a pre-prepared timeline just in the interest of time. And a timeline basically allows you to search across all your data sets for anything you want. And you can see it's a very similar view with what we call those row renderers, but it combines the detections and also the raw data. If I'm missing something, I can get a bird's eye view of it right within here. And you can see I applied a filter. I have a saved query here, which basically looks for, which basically shows me what's coming out of the operator directory. And I'm excluding the actual operator process itself, just to make sure it doesn't get convoluted. And you can see today I had 193 logs, essentially, that match that. And you can see some of them are in yellow, which means they were detections. Some of them are not. So basically what I'm seeing here is I have a very immediate indication that, listen, my red team is doing something with operator and I don't have a corresponding detection for it. So that's number one. That's metric number one, where we have the red team doing stuff and we didn't automatically detect it. We have the data coming in, which is fantastic, but we did not have an out of the box, or I should say a pre-built detection rule, whether that's one that Elastic has given me or one that we've created ourselves. In my environment, I have not turned all the rules on just for this exercise, because otherwise probably would have detected everything. But I wanted to show you how easy that would have been. So you can see here, for example, I can pivot between just viewing the detections or just viewing the logs. So if I wanted to just see, okay, what did we detect during our emulation exercise, during our purple team exercise today, I can just show the detection alerts and it will only show me the detections. And then I can pivot and say, okay, we have these detections. What didn't we detect? So I can exclude the detection. So pretty much what's not in yellow is a miss from my part. It's something that obviously during the demo, I get a few errors, but that's okay. It wasn't too bad. But you can see we have all these in yellows were detections. So we had 5 detections today. Some of them might be repeatable. So if we look at, for example, the name of this detection, we can see what it is. So I just pull up the details here on the side, and it will basically give me the detection name. But I can see exactly what was run as well. My instance is behaving a bit oddly today, no problem. It woke up. So you can see this rule in particular was PowerShell spawning command prompt, and I can see it tells me exactly what happened here, which matches that description. So James on this host, in this on this domain on this host, in this directory started command prompt with these arguments. So you can see group domain computers via parent process PowerShell. So we detected that via this rule. And we also have some other views that you can look at this as well. So if I click on what we call the event analyzer, I can see the full process tree. It might be easier for some to understand and digest what happened when the red team ran that exercise. So we also have this view as well. I would just let this load for a second because today my instance isn't cooperating. Of course, whenever you do a recording and demo, it always happens. But you can see here, there we go. So I can see launch via operator. We can see PowerShell, which spawned command prompt, which spawns some doing that query for the domain groups via the net process. And I have all this information that I can see right here. So some people might prefer this view, which I like, I like that you have the option rather than just looking at the text itself. When you're going through an exercise, it's important that you keep track of this, right? So as you're going to the purple team exercise, if you spotted a detection, what I like to do is we can open up what we call a case within Elastic Security, where we can keep track of everything we've detected. And you can see I also saved this as a timeline. I called it BSides, but you can typically in reality, if you're running an exercise, you would call it accordingly. But we have an option here to add an alert to a case. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that. I'll add this to a new case. And this just really helps me keep track of, like, here's the case for our purple teaming exercise. So we can do that here. So I'll just get rid of this and I'll turn it off. So teaming exercise as an example. There we go. Thank you, spell check. I can put in a description. I can even synchronize with a third-party system. And let's not do this for now. And then I can put in a description and it will add that alert to that case. So I can keep track of everything I've detected during that case. On the inverse side, I can say what data has come in via operator that we didn't detect. So I'll just open that again. So we can do the inverse, right? I can basically, instead of looking at just the detection alerts, I can look at everything or just the events. In this case, we just look at the events and we'll see the difference. So this is important because now within one view, I know exactly what my red team has been running. I know what we've detected thanks to our predefined detection rules. And I know what we've looked, what we've collected, but we didn't detect. And all of this was done through the whole timeline function. So obviously, and then if we detected something that we didn't pick up, so here we picked, for example, whatever was ran, we can see started process 7 zip, ran these arguments via command prompt. We didn't detect that. So if I wanted to create a detection rule for it, I can do that. So we can literally, if we wanted to look at creating a query just for that. So there's multiple ways we can do that within Elastic, and it's all defined within the same view. So we have the detection engine. There's something else though. So what's nice about operator is, and just bring that into focus again. As you're running an emulation, it creates a report. So they have a nice reporting view. But what's even better about it is you can continuously feed this live into a tool like Elastic as an index, or you can export it as a JSON file if you wanted to. I'm doing that in the background. So what I've done is all this data. So not only am I collecting the raw data as the result of the emulation, but I'm also collecting all the emulation actions. Why don't we correlate that, right? So what operator does as part of that report, so this is like the raw data, but we'll look at it inside of the timeline as well. So they provide, as you're running TTPs, you can see the process ID of what was ran. You can see the request that was sent from operator, and you can see the response of something failed, something wasn't successful. If something was successful, you get all of that back, you get the technique. So I'm going to correlate this data with the data that I'm bringing, and I'm going to use EQL for this. So we have an event query language within Elastic, and you can see I have this correlate tab. I've already pre-built this query, but I'll walk you through it, and I'll explain why this is red. So it does syntax validation for me. So you can query any index pattern that you want. So in this case, I need to include the results of operator, which is its own index. So as soon as I add that in there, and then I can correlate. And I'm gonna narrow this down a bit more because I only care about the data coming from Elastic Agent, which is under this logs index, and we can leave that signals index in there as well. And I hit save. So now my query is essentially looking, I'm going to look for a sequence of events where I have process running by a certain process ID. I'm going to match that with the data coming from operator by its process ID. So technically, I should see for every TTP that was ran with an operator, if I've collected everything, I should see a corresponding process. And you can see, and these are the results of a sequence. So the difference in color is basically where every time there was a sequence match. So this is the first match in the sequence. This is another match. And you can see I have 10 because I had 5 TTPs, which means I had 2 logs per TTP, which is exactly what I want to see. So you can see here I have the log that we collected. So you can see terminated process command prompt that ran these arguments. So netsh advanced firewall show all profiles. And then I have another one here. This doesn't have row rendering. It looks blank, but it actually has data. So if we just expand this, we'll be able to see. And what this is going to show me is the log from operator where the PID matched. That's really cool, right? Because now I can see the response that the red team got without having to go to the red team. So that full feedback loop is right within the blue teaming eyes as well. So both sides of the house get it. And I can see exactly what operator ran, and I've matched it to the corresponding log that I got. And this is thanks to EQL, because we can do that correlation based off of the process ID. And you can see here, even though they're different fields, we can still do that, which is quite nice. So here I'm querying for any process, and here I'm looking for any TTP, and I'm just matching based off of the process ID. So you can do stuff like that as well. We don't have too much time left. So what I'd just like to do is now how we can show how we can provide this back to the business. So far we've looked at everything graphical, and we've looked at the blue team and the red team and what they can do and what the blue team can detect and everything that we can run, which is great. But what about the business, right? So what we can do is we can create really good visual graphics as well. So here I have something we call a canvas, and you can see I've already included sort of the raw data coming from operator. But if I wanted to, I can include a chart here or like a performance metric. So we have here a really easy way of building those in Elastic Code Lens. So if I wanted to do some sort of drag and drop visualizations, I can do that and add them to that Canvas workpad. I think I have a pre-prepared one here, so I'll just load up onto the screen. Here we go. So you can see here, I have, for example, I'm doing that same query as before. So I'm looking for things coming out of operator, and I'm doing a correlation, but this time in the form of a chart. So I'm doing sort of the top, what are the hosts that we're running the emulation on? And we're listing, we can see we have that one host in green here, James Honeypot endpoint Windows demo. We have the processes which are being run as a result of the emulation plan. So you can see certutil, Ryuk, which is ransomware. We have MSI exec, command prompt, go ransom Windows. Then we have the detections. So you can see top value of signal rule name. So far we've noticed that we had 2 detections in all the emulations we ran today, which is not good. We should probably figure out our coverage. But you can see this provides me the percentages of everything. And then I can just grab this and add it to our Canvas workpad and then have this being presented live to whoever needs it. So this is all live data, right? So I think that's all I have time for today. I'm just going to go back to my very last slide here. Hopefully you enjoyed that, and hopefully you enjoyed the whole BSides event and what's left to come. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us on our community Slack or discuss forums. And have a great day and stay safe. Thank you all very much.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. I'm glad to be here with you all. My talk's about fuzzing, finding your own bugs in 0 days. My name is Rodolfo Concurdi, but you can call me by my nickname Rodox. I'm a implementation tester, instructor of IT, consultant of information security throughout 10 years. I'm certified ethical hacker by EC Council. I'm author at the Hack9 magazine about Stack Overflow and the Pentest magazine about Covert Channel from funded to get a shell and from SE8 override to get a shell. Due a little time in this talk, I'll go direct to the video talk. Video talk of how you can find the 0 days vulnerabilities or bugs and how you can write your own exploit code. Let's open the exploit code. Here we have a buffer size variable with 50,000, and we have a variable buffer with a lot amount of characters. Here we have the output of the file. Output of the file. For generate this a lot amount of this character, we will use a tool called pattern create. We will use a tool pattern create. Pattern create -l length 50,000 bytes for generate a lot amount of the character. So let's copy this a lot amount of this character. Copy and paste in our exploit code. Paste in our exploit code. Let's save the file. Let's compile our exploit code with per name exploit code. For compile exploit code, we have the output of exploit code. Let's move our compiled exploit code to a desktop. Let's copy to another VM, to a victim VM, our compiled exploit code. Let's open the immunity debugger. Let's open the vulnerable software. Let's attach vulnerable software immunity debugger with attach vulnerable software immunity debugger. Let's run the vulnerable software immunity debugger. Let's load our compiled exploit code in vulnerable software. And then we have a crash. We have a lot amount of characters in register ISP. We have a stack overflow. As we can see, we have a stack overflow. And we have a EIP value. Register EIP value. Register EIP indicates the next address that the processor will execute. Again, the register EIP indicates the next address that the processor will execute. For this, we will use a tool pattern offset to find offset of registry IP. We type pattern offset dash eld length 50,000 bytes dash key space and the value of the IP 79533579 is a value of register IP, and we found the offset of register IP offset 35,056. This is an offset of register IP. Now let's open the exploit code. Let's open the exploit code, and we have a buffer size variable with 50,000 bytes, variable junk with x41 multiplied by 35,056. x41 means character A. So we will fill with character A up 35,056. 35,056 is an offset of register IP. We will fill with x41 character A up 35,056. And we have below a variable IP, because we need to find an address that make jump ISP in register jump ISP from IP to ISP. So we need to find an address that make a jump from IP to ISP, because we want to make a jump from IP to ISP, because in ISP we will put our shell code. Again, in ISP we will put our shell code to get a shell, to get a reverse shell. So let's type exclamation mona modules. We want to find a module without secure mechanisms. We want to find a module without safe SE8, without ASLR, without NX compat. We want to find a module with secure mechanisms as false. We want to find a module with secure mechanism as false. And we found a MS-VOS module. We found a MS-VOS module. Now we will use a NASM shell tool. NASM shell for found opcode of jump ISP. We want to find the opcode of jump ISP, because we want to find an address that make a jump from IP to ISP. And we found a FFE4. FFE4 means jump ISP. Again, FFE4 means jump ISP. We typed exclamation mona find dash s space xffxe4, that means jump ISP, inside dash md module ms-post.dll. So we want to find a mona we want to find a FFE4, that means jump ISP. We want to find the jump ISP inside the module ms-post.dll. And we found address 01BA135B. 01BA135B is a jump ISP, is an address that make jump ISP. Again, 01BA135B is an address that make jump ISP, an address with opcode FFE4. That is an address that make a jump ISP. So we write in variable EIP address 5B13BA01. This is an address that make jump ISP. This is an address that make a jump ISP because we want to make a jump from EIP to ISP, because in ISP we will put our shell code. In ISP we will put our shell code to make a reverse shell. Now we need to find a bad shares. Now we need to search for bad characters. Depending on the application, type of vulnerability and the protocols used, maybe certain characters which are considered bad and should not be used in your buffer or shell code. One example of bad characters is X00. This character is considered bad. A null byte is also used to terminate a single copy operation. It would truncate our buffer whenever the null byte appears. So, has some characters that are considered bad and should not be used in our buffer or shell code. On these bad characters is I have 00. So we will load in our vulnerable software, we will load these characters since 01 up FF, since 01 up FF to find a bad characters. We will load these characters in our vulnerable software with objective of finding bad characters. So let's save our compiled exploit code. Let's compile exploit code. With the per name of exploit code, we have the output of exploit code. Let's move our compiled exploit code to our desktop. Let's restart our immunity debugger. Let's run our vulnerable software immunity debugger. Let's run our vulnerable software immunity debugger. Let's move our compiled exploit code to a victim VM. Let's go to expression, right button, goes to expression. Let's find our jump ISP address 01BA35B. Let's find our jump ISP address. We found FF4 means jump ISP, is a jump ISP address. We found our jump ISP address. Let's click if you right, double click in FF4. Let's put a double click in FF4 to put a breakpoint. Let's click a double click in FF4 to put a breakpoint. So let's load our compiled exploit code in vulnerable software. As we can see, the process stopped in jump ISP address. The process stopped in our breakpoint. The process stopped in our breakpoint in jump ISP address. Let's click a right button in ISP following dump. As we can see, we have a value 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, and after 0000 we don't have continuous values because occurs some crash here. we should have the others value, but in this case we don't have the continuous value because occurs some crashing because we have here some bad shards. So let's open our vulnerable, let's open our exploit code again. We know that in this case 0A is a bad character, 0A and 00 is a bad shard. So let's erase 0A. Let's erase a 0A because 00 and 0A are a bad characters in this case. Let's save our exploit code. Let's compile our exploit code. We have a compiled exploit code. Let's move a compiled exploit code to a desktop. Let's restart Immunity Debugger. Run again our vulnerable software Immunity Debugger. Let's click the right button, go to expression, and let's find our jump ESP address. Let's find our jump ESP address. Let's double click in FFE4 to put a breakpoint. Let's put a breakpoint in FFE4 jump ESP address. So let's copy our compiled exploit code to a victim VM. Let's copy our compiled exploit code to a victim VM. So let's load our compiled exploit code in vulnerable software. The process is stopped again in jump ESP address. Stop in jump ESP address. Let's click the right button in ESP, following dump for see the values in dump. And now we see the 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 0B, 0C, 0D, and etc. Now we have a whole values. We have a whole values since 01 up FF. Since 01 up FF. We have now after 08 we have 09, 0B. We don't have problem more because the problem was occurred due a bad shard 0A 00. This error occurred due a 0A 00. Now we don't have problem more. Let's restart. So let's restart our vulnerable software. Run the vulnerable software Immunity Debugger again. Click the right button, go to expression. Find our jump ESP address. So let's put a breakpoint in jump ESP address with a double click in jump ESP for put a breakpoint in jump ESP address. So now let's generate our shell code. Now let's generate our shell code. For this we will use a tool MSFVenom. We will use a tool MSFVenom for generate our shell code. We will type msfvenom -p of payload shell reverse TCP, L host our IP localhost, Any port 5555 we connect back, dash F file per dash E encode shikataganai dash B avoid bad share 0800. We will avoid a bad share 0800. Again, we will avoid a bad share 0800. So let's open our exploit code. Let's open our exploit code. We have a variable buff size 50 ounces with junk with x41. We will fill with x41 means character A up 3556. That's an offset of EIP. We will overwrite EIP with x5b 13ba01, that the address that make jump ISP. Variable EIP we will overwrite with address that make jump ISP. So after we will put in ISP some noops. Noops means no operations because do nothing. Noops x90 x90 multiplied by 10, we will fill with 10 noops in ISP. Noops do nothing because means no operations. And after in ISP we will put our shell code. In ISP we will put our shell code. So let's erase our old shell code. Let's erase our old shell code to paste here our new shell code. Shell code to make a reverse shell, to get a shell reverse. To get a reverse shell. Let's copy our shell code. And paste in our exploit code. Paste our shell code in our exploit code. And we have here our new exploit code, our new shell code. We have here our new shell code to make a reverse shell. We have here exploit equals junk concatenated with EIP, concatenated with noops, concatenated with shell. All this we will load in our vulnerable software. Let's save our exploit code. Let's compile our exploit code. We have a POC output file. Let's move our POC output file to a desktop. So now let's use a netcat to listen on port 5555. Netcat -LNVP 5555 to listen on port 5555. Let's move a POC output file compiled exploit code to a victim VM. And let's load our compiled exploit code in a vulnerable software. We have here stopped in jump ISP address. Stopped in jump ISP areas. Click right button ISP following dump. And we have here our loops 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. Our ISP, we have in ISP our loops, and after our shell code. We see here BA B097. We see here BA B097 and etc. They have here our shell code in ISP. We see here our loops, no operations 90, no operations, and our shell code in ISP. We will load our shell code in ISP. Let's run a vulnerable software. And we got a shell. Let's see ipconfig for IP victim VM. Net user for CD user of victim VM, role docs and administrator. Is it? This slide all become available on my LinkedIn profile. This is slides with the whole process of how you can write your own exploit code. Is it? Thank you everyone for watching me. Now I'm open for the questions. Thank you very much.
Hello. For those of you who stayed to until the end, the other people are today to get things done. We start. This is the ones that are left. There's some at the back as well, and some downstairs. I don't know if you can see these guys. We want to talk closer, but we're trying to keep it COVID friendly. Thank you so much for the hybrid event. Streamers, so we wanted to try we have the videos in high quality. We're going to YouTube. Any speaker who's going to upload. Thank you for being this year. But this year is not. So every 500 people stream. We are planning to have an extra also English plus a group. Wants to say something. See you next year. Yeah. And from everybody, and thank you for staying with us until the end. Thank you so much.
Ναι.